Mandy, I'm checking for sound. 1, 2, 3, please confirm.
Morning, Mr. Manye, we can hear you.
Thank you. Did you prepare that paragraph or that passage I highlighted in the WhatsApp group?
Yes, Mr. Manye.
Thank you.
Stick.
Sawubona baba.
Baba, kunjani?
Right. Hey baba, long time, man. But I see you are well. I see it's very easy to follow you. That you are well. You are everywhere.
Skatumzila, Baba, skatumzila.
Skatumu umuzi baba.
Nah, for sure, for sure.
No, that's good to hear you, baba.
No, sure.
Sure, baba.
Sure. Mandy, please check your lobby. Honorable Kumbacha is battling to join.
Thank you, Mr. Manye. Members are admitted.
What time are we starting?
Thank you very much, honorable members. I think good morning to the minister and also the deputy minister, and good morning to the honorable members and the department and all colleagues. Honorable members, we can start. There is the agenda before us. Can you fly the agenda? Honorable members, this is the agenda before us with few items, but let me welcome all of you to this meeting of the Portfolio Committee on Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. And today, honorable members, we gather to discuss critical issues related to government planning, monitoring and evaluation with a focus on the national dialogue and importantly, on the role of the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. And our committee, honorable members, plays a vital role in ensuring that government priorities are aligned with the national development goals and that resources are allocated and utilized effectively to achieve these objectives. We will today, honorable members, engage with the DPME to assess progress, identify challenges, and provide guidance. And as such, honorable members will also look at the second consideration of the draft strategic plan. As you have known that last week we had 2 days strategic planning session of the Portfolio Committee. And now there is a draft and obviously emanates from our inputs as members of this Portfolio Committee. And now, honorable members, I'm officially opening this meeting. And I will quickly move to the apologies and obviously the adoption of the agenda. There are 3 apologies before us. Is the apology of Honorable Ghana, is the apology of Medunjwa, and Honorable Chabalala, who are both alternatives of this committee. And also, I know there's an apology, I think a standing apology of Honorable Christie, who is flying from overseas. And with those Lantika words, honorable members, I will request that we adopt this agenda, and I will immediately hand over to the minister before us, Honorable Maruping Ramasi.
Just
I'm
before that,
taking
Chair,
hands.
sorry. Oh, sorry.
I'm taking hands for the adoption of the agenda. Honorable Mani, please hold your horses. Can we first adopt the agenda? Accept your hands to adopt the agenda.
No, I want to make a proposal before we adopt the agenda so that the proposal can be considered as we adopt the agenda. It's a simple one, Chair. Just to say, can we also just fit in the legal opinion? Can it just be explained?
The legal opinion in terms of the national dialogue?
Yes, because we have a legal
No,
opinion.
they will definitely come in. Allow members to adopt the agenda and hand over to the minister and the department. Then the legal advisor will come in. There's one chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, there are not 2. With due respect.
No, Chair, the agenda is supposed to be the program of the day. So I'm saying so that we know when are we going to discuss the legal opinion. Otherwise, we'll put it in as and when. Instead of saying, okay, the legal opinion will be discussed at this point. That's all I'm asking. Can it be noted on the agenda where it's going to be so that when you adopt the agenda, we adopt a clear program of the day?
The minister will speak after the department, and then the legal advisor will come in. Honorable Mani.
Thank you.
Can we then adopt the agenda, honorable members?
I propose the adoption.
Chair, sorry, just on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mani. Honorable
Chair.
Appeal, I can't see your hand. There's a hand of Honorable Appeal.
Chair, I second the adoption as proposed by Honorable Mani. Thanks.
Thank you very much. The agenda has been adopted, honorable members. I'm handing over now to the minister. Honorable Beckman, I see your hand.
Chair, sorry, yes, just when you talk, there seems to be an echo. I don't know if you've got two gadgets on at the same time or if there's someone's got their gadget on the same time as you, but there seems to be an echo when you talk. I just want to help you correct that.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Beckman. It's unfortunate that myself, Mandy, and Mnisi were at the precinct in Cape Town. I'm so sorry for the echo. I'm handing over to the minister now to do her remarks.
Honorable Chairperson, is it my turn?
Yes, Honorable Minister, it's your turn, and then we will hand over to the department.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and good morning to all the members of the Portfolio Committee, the senior officials of the DPME, and everyone else that is on the platform this morning. Let me take this opportunity, of course, to thank you and to also acknowledge the Director General, the Acting Director General of the Department, Advocate Melankon Magobe, and all the other officials that will be making a presentation based on our own understanding. My role, of course, would just be to give an opening brief of our own understanding of where we are, our role, and the process that has been followed for us to then be, of course, called to this meeting. We really do appreciate it, by the way, that we are called to come and account, because it is quite important that everything else that is happening and that we are doing should then now be under scrutiny, but also supported and also, of course, if necessary, reviewed by our portfolio committee. Of course, the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, as I've already said, has been invited here at this portfolio committee on planning and monitoring and evaluation on matters relating to the role of the department in funding of the expenditure relating to the national dialogue that has already started, of course, with the National Convention. Of course, as a department and as a minister of this department, in that capacity, I first received a letter from Honorable Mzwanele Manye on the 12th of August 2025, and I responded to Honorable Manye's question on the 15th of August 2025. I further received a letter from Honorable Manye again on the 20th of August 2025, which I also responded 5 days after. Honorable Manye stated that I, as the minister, played a role in the diverting of the DPME budget to the national dialogue and creating a parallel government structure outside of the constitutional framework. Honorable Chairperson, I clarified that the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation is not responsible for the national dialogue, as it is a presidential initiative announced during the SONA of 2025, as is many other programs that usually take place, like Imbizos that the president would usually have, or any other program that will have to do with disasters. There would be a process that president would usually follow and continue to do what he believes needs to be done, as long as it's in the prescript, of course, of his authority and his rights and responsibility as the head of the state. Despite this clarification, the subsequent correspondence appeared to shift the focus in our own understanding. Nonetheless, I wish to emphasize that the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation was not responsible for any funding activities related to the National Dialogue. The National Dialogue is a presidential initiative led by the Deputy President of the country through the Interministerial Committee as it relates to government, and it also includes civil society and other structures of society that are responsible. And this particular process that is led, of course, by the Deputy President has been tasked with overseeing the implementation of the National Dialogue. Secretariat services are provided by the National Economic Development and Labour Council, also known as NADLEC. redirecting issues on the National Dialogue for DPME, which is not responsible for this initiative, in our view, is not correct. The government has a robust system in place to ensure transparency and to prevent financial mismanagement. Some of these systems include internal controls, which we believe departments are required to adhere to strict financial management protocols to prevent unauthorized expenditure. Auditor General, and this, of course, as it relates to unauthorized expenditure, this then now becomes the responsibility of the Department of Treasury, which are actually constitutionally assigned to actually deal with this particular matter. As a matter of fact, the Department of Treasury is the only one that is given the responsibilities to do what they do through the Constitution, not only through any protocols that has to do with specific legislation only or proclamation, but also by the Constitution. The Auditor General oversight is also very important. It's also an institution that reports directly to the Department as well of Treasury and also to Cabinet or to the President if there is a need. The Independent Auditor General conducts a regular audit of all government departments. We usually interact with the report that we get from the Auditor General as it would have to come to Cabinet, and we would then now do monitoring and evaluation of whether those things that have been raised by the AG are actually adhered to. Parliamentary oversight, which is one of these processes, including this one that we're on, which we really appreciate, because parliamentary committees are empowered to scrutinize departmental budget and expenditure, ensuring accountability and adherence to constitutional framework. Honorable members, it is important to emphasize that the National Dialogue is in line with what is mentioned on page 87 of the Medium-Term Development Plan of 2024 to 2029 under a paragraph titled Promote the Involvement of Key Stakeholders to Strengthen Social Cohesion. It is also in the National Development Plan as well, and in the Constitution as well, it does align to that to say that only the President can actually call such an event. It also provides that the National Dialogue process will be responsible for convening the forums that will bring diverse stakeholders together. That's what the MTDP says. This includes the state-owned enterprises, Chapter 9 institutions, traditional leaders, business, labor, non-governmental organizations, social movements, organizations focused on social cohesion, student and youth organizations, and faith-based organizations. Furthermore, the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation plan to take into account the pronouncement of the National Dialogue and allow how it will engage with the process as part of the core business of DPME itself. Firstly, by making its reports accessible to the public, thereby equipping the dialogue participants with evidence on the state of development as well as government performance. Secondly, by translating the outcome of the National Dialogue into inputs that will shape the long-term planning of the country beyond 2030. The outcomes of the National Dialogue, in our own understanding, will be given to us as the department to use as a basis to actually start the process of coming up with a new National Development Plan that is coming, which the current one is finishing, in fact, in 2030. Usually the National Dialogue, not National Dialogue, the National Development Plan is actually done in such a way that it takes years to actually come up with a paper or a position paper or a policy that would then now say, what kind of South Africa do you want to live in? Meaning that it is a long-term policy that will be put in place from which all the other mid-term policies that would be adopted by Cabinet and brought to this particular platform of Parliament to also be adopted, as well as the short-term ones that are called APPs would also be derived from that particular process. Honorable Chairperson, as a minister, I wish to commit to working with the Portfolio Committee and to account on the mandate of the work of our department. Honorable members, I'm pleased that last week during the strategic session of the portfolio committee, the mandate of the department was discussed, which is really helping us a lot in ensuring that whatever it is that we do, at least is in line with understanding of what is expected from us from an oversight committee of Parliament. Your contributions with regard to the areas that needs to be strengthened are well received, and we will continuously come and report back to you and account on how far we are as it relates to those things that have been raised. I thank you. If you may allow me through you, of course, or maybe I need to give back to you. This is just an opening from my side. The department will then now give a presentation as it relates to our role and what has been assigned to us by the president, who's the head of the state, in terms of what we need to do to support the national dialogue. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and hand over to you, requesting that you allow the department to actually make a presentation on what our role is. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, and thank you very much for your opening remarks. I will then hand over to the department, and I think the acting DG is here. Honorable Advocate Makob.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I see I do not have the rights to flag the presentation. If I could be given those rights, or alternatively, get someone to project from your side. Okay, I think I've been granted those.
Yes. Okay, thank you so much, Advocate.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you for the Minister, to the Minister for the opening remarks, the Deputy Minister, and the honorable members that are present here this morning. I'm joined by the senior officials of the department in this particular meeting. So in terms of the presentation, we will speak on the mandate and the core functions of the department. We'll then look at our strategic plan outcomes, especially those dealing with the stakeholder engagements, and then we'll deal with the issues relating to the national dialogue. Firstly, honorable members, the DPME was established in terms of the proclamation, and that proclamation was issued in terms of Section 97 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa that actually empowers the president to issue proclamations. And the proclamation entrusts the functions of planning, monitoring, and evaluation to the minister in the presidency responsible for planning, monitoring, and evaluation. And I know we had discussed the need for a founding legislation for the department, and is an issue that we are currently looking at. In terms of our core functions, we are responsible for the following. One, planning, the long-term planning through the National Development Plan, but as well as the short-term and medium-term planning through oversight of strategic plans and the annual performance plans. Secondly, in terms of monitoring, we are ensuring that there is implementation of plans through a robust monitoring system that we are using. And this robust monitoring system that we are using is backed by evidence. Thirdly, we are also responsible for the evaluation of critical government programs in order to inform planning, monitoring, and also government interventions. I wish to indicate, honorable members, that we also intervene where there is force majeure issues like the natural disasters and where there are pressure points as well. We also ensure that there is real-time intervention when that is required. So we are not reactionary, we are also proactive in that regard. Just to indicate in terms of our strategic plan outcomes of 2025 to 2030, as you can see there as part of point 4, the issue of the stakeholder engagement is quite critical to us, that we need to engage stakeholders in the development and the refinement of development goals as espoused and enshrined in both the NDP and the MTDP. Now, coming to the issue of the national dialogue, and the minister has actually stated some of these points, that the national dialogue was announced by the president in the 2025 State of the Nation address. And in that particular SONA, the president called all South Africans to come together in the national dialogue to define a vision for the country for the next 30 years. In actual fact, on the 10th of June, 2025, when the president announced the beginning of the national dialogue, he did indicate that the dialogue will drive progress towards Vision 2030, but also importantly, as the minister indicated, lay a foundation for the next phase of South Africa's National Development Plan. I want to state categorically clear that the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation is not solely responsible for the national dialogue. It has been pronounced on various times and occasions that the national dialogue is a citizen-led process. And as I said, it has been pronounced in a lot of occasions. And the question can be asked, if it is a citizen-led process, how does then government interface with the national dialogue? As the minister indicated, the deputy president leads an interministerial committee, and this particular committee coordinates government's contribution to the national dialogue. And NETLEC then provides secretariat services. Now, finally, in order to ensure citizen-based planning, the National Planning Commission, together with the department, will follow the discussions and outcomes of the national dialogue. This will ensure that the views of the public are included in the next planning cycle beyond 2030. And the question, or the big elephant in the room, has been the issue of whether the department has funded the national dialogue. And I wish to make it categorically clear that the budget allocation of the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation does not make provision for the funding of the national dialogue. For avoidance of doubt, let me repeat, the DPME is not responsible for the funding of the national dialogue. But as I indicated, we will follow the discussions and the outcome of the national dialogue. Thank you very much, Chairperson. That is my presentation, just to give a sense of what our functions are and how government participates in the national dialogue, but also importantly, clarify that we have not funded the national dialogue and it's not part of our budget. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Makobe, Advocate Makobe, with your presentation. I will then hand over to Adila for the legal opinion.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning to the Honorable Minister and all colleagues on the platform this morning. Chairperson, the legal opinion that was presented to the committee was prepared by my colleague, Advocate Frank Jenkins. He has asked me to just brief the committee with in respect of the contents of the legal opinion. And I won't go into a synopsis of the correspondence between Honorable Mani and the Honorable Minister. However, the legal opinion does set out that it appears from the correspondence that the critical questions that are emanating relates to the role of the DPME vis-a-vis the national dialogue and the question of accountability for the use of funds. Chair, honorable members, it's difficult to advise on this question because, like the committee and the rest of the Republic, nobody has seen firsthand how the system would work. The system is subject to further uncertainties if one has regards to the latest questions and answer sessions of yesterday, as was shared on our PC WhatsApp group. Nevertheless, in respect of the national dialogue and the question of accountability for the use of funds, it's useful to note that our Constitution does set out a framework in respect of the use of funds, national funds. Section 213(2) of the Constitution provides that money can be withdrawn from the National Revenue Fund only in terms of an appropriation by an Act of Parliament or as a direct charge against the National Revenue Fund. Or when it is provided for in the Constitution or an Act of Parliament. It is common cause that the relevant mechanism for the budget for the financial 2025-2026 year is the Appropriation Act 2025, Act number 3 of 2025. The National Treasury's functions include exercising control over the implementation of the annual national budget, including any adjustment budgets, enforcing compliance by organs of state with generally recognized accounting practices, uniform expenditure classifications, and uniform treasury norms and standards. And if an organ of state commits a serious or persistent material breach of those measures, stopping the transfer of funds to such organ of state. The PFMA further requires, amongst others, that every department must have an accounting officer. The accounting officer is responsible to ensure that the department has and maintains effective, efficient, and transparent systems of financial and risk management and internal control. So, any revision of an appropriation of money to be received by a department or a public entity through the annual national budget for the current financial year, such as the 2025-2026 financial year, must be made in accordance with Section 30 of the PFMA in terms of a national adjustments budget. The appropriation of money to be received by a department or an entity through the annual national budget for a current financial year is reviewed by the introduction of the national adjustments budget. This would be tabled by the Minister of Finance in the National Assembly, and this will give effect to the Adjustments Appropriation Bill, which must be enacted by Parliament and assented to and signed by the President. The appropriation of money needed for the national dialogue appears to be part of the budget of various departments and at least one public entity, namely NEDLAC. Furthermore, it appears that a consolidated budget for the national dialogue has not been presented to Parliament. It also appears that funds used by the various departments and the entity NEDLAC will be reviewed in accordance with the National Adjustments Budget and the Adjustments Appropriation Bill. The fragmented nature of the budget for the national dialogue and the fact that the budget is still subject to development, we advise the PC that it may, in accordance with its Section 55 constitutional mandate, in exercising oversight, request responses from the Minister, which the Portfolio Committee is now busy giving effect to, and we've just heard from the Honourable Minister and from our esteemed colleagues at the department. Since it appears that there are multiple departments that are involved in supporting the national dialogue, the exact scope of the support will become clearer, in our view, once the adjustment budget process reflects the money spent on the national dialogue by these various departments. It follows that there are a number of portfolio committees, not just this committee, that may need to maintain oversight in accordance with Section 55 of the Constitution in the implementation of specific departmental budget. We had advised the committee also that in addition to calling the Minister in addition to the Portfolio Committee exercising oversight, in calling the Minister, nothing prevents the committee, by way of example, also from calling the Deputy President to brief the committee on the budget of the national dialogue. As emphasized, this would be in accordance with our Section 55 constitutional mandate in exercising oversight. Thank you. We so advise.
Thank you very much, Adila, with the legal opinion. Honorable members, that's the opening remarks by the minister, and obvious by extension the presentation by the department and the legal opinion as presented by Adila. Now, honorable members will then, because I've seen already there's a hand of Honorable Bergman, there's a hand of Honorable Mani. Those are the two hands. Honorable. There's a hand of Honorable Matiwane. There's a hand of Honorable Trolip. There's a hand of Honorable Gama. In order, honorable members, Honorable Bergman, you can start.
Chair, thanks very much. I think this is a tale of two ministers. Basically, if you read the business day, you get a sense that the finance minister has already allocated the budgets I think he makes it pretty clear that this national dialogue at this stage, because it's obviously going to change, is going to cost at this stage 485 million rand, and that from that budget, 270 million rand is going to come from the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. He says it clearly, and he's quoted as saying that. Now, either he's not talking to his colleague within the cabinet, or maybe someone is misunderstanding. They haven't spoken about the appropriations budget, but resources come in different packages as well. It's not just money. If we've put it in our strategic plan that we are facilitating this national dialogue, then it's our office, the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, that's also running it. So resource in terms of time and effort, or planning a national dialogue, falls under the responsibility and purview of the minister. And that in itself is a responsibility that would keep one busy, would need an expanded directorate. And there you got to plan for that. You've got to know whether we're going to have to employ more people, whether we're going to have to, the minister's already talking about how it would look. At this stage, it looks like, and the question was asked yesterday about who is still attending the national dialogue, because we know who's pulled out. Unfortunately, even the president, as Honorable Manye has put in the group, even the president seems to have pulled out. What we don't know is who's still in the national dialogue. And the problem is that, we seem to, we don't ask people what they want. We seem to tell them what they need. And I think that there's cheaper ways of engaging with our societies and trying to get feedback first before trying to create this bold national dialogue. And what this department could be driving is more an ear on the ground by getting a survey done, whether it's first starting with, we know that everyone has a cell phone, and it might not be a smartphone, it might just be a simple phone, is starting with a survey on SMS or USSD run code, where you're saying, are you satisfied with how the country is at this stage? What are your 5 most pressing issues? And correlating that type of data so we at least know the 5 or 10 pressing issues to start a national dialogue around. You can't just have the shotgun approach where you have people dictating from the stage how it's going to run and who's going to have the mic and who's not. And, these embarrassing scenes that were already playing on the screens in this first attempt. So from our side, you've had the minister now saying on record that she knows of no budget coming from this ministry. You've now had the acting DG clearly stating that he knows of no budget coming from this department. And you have got the Minister of Finance clearly quoting that 270 million rand will be coming from this ministry. So I think we are in for an interesting next few weeks. Thanks.
I'm not sure we've missed you, Honorable Bergman, and I don't see you in this. Are you done, Honorable Bergman?
Yes, Chair, I am.
No, thank you very much. Honorable Manye.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Greetings, Chair. Greetings, the Minister, Deputy Minister, and everybody on the platform. Minister, just to kick off through the Chair, I just want you to really accept that we do all of these things to want you to succeed. Just try to internalize that. We're not here to persecute you. This is why part of what we've also done, we've even drafted already a bill to assist you to get the necessary power so that we're able to do the things that you're supposed to do. So don't see us as being adversarial, see us as being people that are trying to assist you. Having said that, when the minister started to talk this morning, Chairperson, she said, I accused her of having played a role which she didn't play and whatever and so on. I just want to correct that. And in fact, I was even asking Mandy if Mandy is able to queue up the first letter that I sent to the minister, if she can just put it on the screen just to see the first paragraph. I did not accuse the minister of having played a role. I accused the minister of having failed to play the role. Fundamental difference. Didn't say you played any role. I said you failed to play the role. And the role I said you failed to play is the one to defend the fiscals. This is what I'm accusing you of, Minister, which I continue to do. I'm arguing, Minister, that your department, this is a department of, when it was proclaimed, this department, by the way, it's not some discretion that just comes and goes as and when you get a president, unless you change the proclamation. The proclamation is very clear what the intentions of this department are, and so on. And the intentions is to ensure that you coordinate the NDP, you coordinate the National Planning and Development, and all kinds of efficiencies across all departments, across all spheres of government. It's in the proclamation, you can read it. This is what we're supposed to do. So some of us that understand this proclamation properly measure you on that proclamation to say, how are you exercising your role as per the proclamation? I'm arguing at this point that you're actually failing to do that. That proclamation, to exercise that role. If you go to the NDP, for instance, and you look at the key priorities of the NDP, issues of job creation, issues of inequality, issues of poverty, and so on and so on. There's a whole list. There's about 6 key priorities of the NDP. This is what we are supposed to be driving, Minister. The MTDP is supposed to fast track, because even on those 6 priorities, government has failed on all of them. Has failed to reduce poverty. Has failed, I don't even have to mention, there's nothing that it has done right. The reason we have MTDP now is to try and do some kind of a patchwork to do what could not be done in the past 15 years or so. So this is the issue that we're dealing with. And the request.
You're going to go?
I'm going to town to get meds from market.
For yourself?
Yeah.
Okay, good. But
Okay. Is there a cross line there? Okay.
Honorable Utelezi.
Yes, kunondlunkulu phakathi, must be Honorable Buthelezi. Yeah. So Minister, this is the issue, and what we asked you to do at this point, which you still have not done, is to give us the itemized expenditure that has been done on this thing as things stand. And we know that this is, in fact, the last thing I even thought was that you were going to fund it for yourself. The thing that you're saying I'm accusing you of. No, I know that by that Department of Yours doesn't have any money. I'm surprised now that in fact Honorable Bergman is bringing in this development that actually 270 of this department's money is going to be spent in this thing, which makes it even more interesting now, because you are on record saying you're not involved, you're on record saying there's no money and all of that. But if there is there's a Minister of Finance that actually we have, then I think we need to have that discussion, maybe even with the minister, to say how is it that is the situation. But that's not where we are at this point. But we note that there's a red flag already in the issue of whether your statements with your acting DG have been. I think both of you made the statements in good faith, I must say. I can't accuse you of maliciously or deliberately misleading this committee. I'll give you the benefit of doubt. But I think there's an issue there where the left hand does not know what the right hand is doing. So we need to clear that issue. And we can't have that involving this particular ministry. This is the ministry precisely to make sure that the left hand must know what the right hand is doing. The very first bullet in the presentation by the acting DG talks about institutionalization of planning. That's the very first bullet, but very clearly, there is nothing institutionalized here. The left hand does not know what the right hand is doing. You say you've got no money. The National Treasury says, I've actually allocated 270 of your money. And here you are the boss of planning, but you don't seem to know what's for what. You know, this is the problem that we're having. And we're asking, and by the way, the heading of my letter, Minister, talks about misallocation. And so on. I'm saying misallocation because even if you go to the presentation by the Deputy Minister at the workshop, the Deputy Minister, there's a paragraph that I repeated in that workshop, the paragraph where he says, this department must ensure that money is spent where it's needed the most. And this is the question, is money needed the most for that talk shop that is being arranged? Could that money not be better spent elsewhere? Could that money not go and alleviate poverty? Could that money not be used to create jobs, build houses, build bridges, help in the hospitals, and all of that? But we choose to use this money to have sophisticated lunches and dinners and everything, because we have to feed the people that are there in that dialogue. So this is the issue, Minister, that we're dealing with. Now, I also wanted, I've got a couple of points here, Chair, if you indulge me. I was also going to request as well, Chair, that perhaps in future, when members of this committee have written to you, please share the letter with the rest of the committee members so that everybody knows what this is about. Because I've just forwarded some of these letters into the WhatsApp group now. But if members had had enough time to internalize what is happening, would all be on the same page. I mean, I don't even know now if there are other letters that have come to office. I think the understanding must be that when the letter is written to the secretary of the committee, secretary of the committee indeed must share with the chair, but the chair must then have the courtesy to share with the members of the committee so that we're all on the same page. The minister is making all kinds of references to the letters backwards and forwards, but only her and I know about this, and the other members don't know about this. So please, Chair, can we just adopt that protocol? Now, in terms of the legal submission that was made here, which I really want to welcome, a couple of points out of that discussion. One is that the legal opinion reminds us something that we all know, that money gets appropriated. And as we sit here and now, except for this new information that has come through Honorable Bergman, at the time of writing this letter, actually, let me put it that way, at the time of my correspondence with the minister, no money was appropriated for this dialogue. No money was appropriated. And now we hear in the media that there's been some begging and borrowing from NEDLAC and from this one for that one. Now, then if there's begging and borrowing, if now we're going to go through adjustment appropriation, if we're going to go through that, what does that mean? The only time you have this adjustment appropriation is when you have some unforeseen circumstances and therefore you have to do adjustments because things didn't go our way. This thing, are we then admitting that actually it's really ad hoc? It was not even thought properly that we now have to beg and borrow, because if indeed it was planned, Minister, as you claim, if it was already scheduled, as you claim, why is it that it was not appropriated? Why is it that it's not showing in the Treasury Red Book? In fact, Minister, if you go to the MTDP, I challenge you right now, if you go to the MTDP, you even look at the definition of terms, the word national dialogue is not even defined in the national development, medium-term development plan. It's not even defined. You'll find national development plan, you'll find every other thing there. It's not even defined, which shows that even your reference to the national dialogue in the MTDP is a very opportunistic reference, very, very opportunistic reference, which bears no relationship with what is happening in UNISA or what's going to happen out there in this so-called regional development plan. The difference is this. In the MTDP, in fact, I've asked these things to be flighted here, and I see Mandy is not working with me here. Mandy, can you do two things? I asked two things to be flighted. The first one, because the Secretariat did not
Honorable Mani,
circulate. Yes.
you have shared the letters in the group, and of which I think it's enough, Honorable Member.
Okay. Now I want to ask that we share the paragraph. I want to talk to the paragraph that the minister is quoting, so that we can have the proper discussion.
Are you referring to page which paragraph?
87. The page 87.
No, the one you spoke about. I think we have also shared in the group of the committee.
That page. Yeah. Now, if you look at if you go to that where's that thing? Go to that page 87. Right. Okay. Firstly, you see, even the word social cohesion that the minister is talking about in this paragraph does not even exist. But the minister says to promote programs for social cohesion and stuff. It's not even there. The minister made it up. It's not there. Here is the paragraph as it stands. That's the first point. The second point, I just want to just go down there to the actual page 87, just to show, yeah, right. So yeah, okay. I just want to read that paragraph, if you indulge me, Chair. It says this.
Chair, can I please call a point of order?
The important task also.
Can I call a point of order?
There's a point of order. Yes, Honorable Chauke.
Thank you very much. Chairperson, I'm just calling a point of order because it seems as though Honorable Mani is taking us through a presentation. Perhaps this part of the session was for us to engage, yes, with the presentation, to ask our questions, to make our contributions and recommendations, but not for us as members of the Portfolio Committee to be taken through another presentation by one of the members of the Portfolio Committee. So I am really pleading with yourself, Chairperson, that we not be subjected to another presentation by a member, but let them raise their points and we will follow them in accordance to where they would like for us to make reference to in our own capacity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chauke. Honorable Mani, can you stick to the presentation?
Chair, that's what I'm doing. I'm saying, Chair,
Honorable Mani,
please.
I've told you that all these documents, the MTDP document is in the group portfolio committee group. The letters from yourselves to the minister are also part of the Lantica, are also in the portfolio committee. So members of this committee can be able to read for themselves. Can you then proceed, speak on issues that have been presented before this committee?
Chair, I'm dealing exactly with that. I'm not reading this thing. I'm talking to the issue. It's the minister that said on page 87. It's the minister that said this. So I'm going to what you are saying. What is difficult about being truthful about these discussions? And I'm firstly pointing out that she is in the first instance is putting this thing out of context. And I'm trying to illustrate this. How do I illustrate it without showing it? Can you please be patient here with each other? Okay, I'm going to read this thing, just one paragraph. This important task also requires a whole of society. I'm going to just stop there. A whole of society approach. Now, this is what is in the MTDP. I'm trying to point out the flaw in the minister's excuse here. The minister is busy making excuses and misquoting the MTDP. It says the whole of society. Now, the whole of society is by definition a bottom-up approach. What we have here, we don't have a bottom-up approach. We've got a top-down approach. We've got a presidential project. We've got something led from the union buildings, from interministerial committees and all of that. This is what we have. It's not what was intended in the MTDP. So firstly, I'm saying, Chairperson, that firstly, it's disingenuous for the minister and the acting DG to pretend that the word national dialogue, wherever it appears, means the same thing. No, that national dialogue in the MTDP is a different thing. It's got to do with the racism and sexism and all of that. It's in the paragraph. What we are having in the country is not what is in the MTDP. What we have in the country is a general discussion on everything that goes. There is no controlled mechanism as intended in that paragraph. So I'm saying, Chairperson, that it's a false statement to say the national dialogue as we have in the country is in the, it's a false statement. It's not true. And I've illustrated that it's not true. And the legal department has also said that that thing that is happening there was not presented to Parliament. There's no national dialogue as we have it now, that one that was presented to Parliament. And this is why we're saying, where is the where is this department that is supposed to ensure that we don't have this mess? Where is this department? This is the issue. And we're now asking to date what has been spent. And the minister is doing everything but answering that question. And when we're asking how much is spent, she makes that to mean that we said she spent it from the department. Not asking that whoever has spent it, whether it's NEDLAC, whether it's whoever, right now, as this committee, we want to know line by line who was paid for what service as we speak right now. And want to, as I conclude, Chairperson, it's very important for people for all of us to be very honest here and understand that when we talk about expenses that accrue, that are involved in this thing, it also includes human resource expenses. People that are there are paid. All those bodyguards and everybody are paid. Even that UNISA is appropriated through Parliament. It's money that is paid by Parliament. This is not just some thing owned by some vice chancellor. No, these are all funded by government. All of that thing must be quantified. I mean, if we have now 450 million, that's actually even bigger than even GCIS budget. It's probably even bigger than your budget here in this department. How on earth do we, in this situation with this high unemployment, how do we find the temerity to spend $500 million just in jail to talk? No, this is totally out of order. And I was calling on the minister to put this whole circus onto a halt. Even if she fails, but she must be seen to have tried to have put this circus into a halt, because it's not provided for anyway. It's an ad hoc thing. This is why now we're going to have all kinds of adjustments, because it was not planned for. If it was planned, there would be no need to do any adjustment. The reason that we're even talking adjustments now, begging and borrowing, is because it's an ad hoc thing. And what's worse, it's not an ad hoc act of an approved government or parliament, anything. It's not approved anyway. It's just some initiative that members of the executive decided to embark on for whatever reason that we can speculate, and I don't want to speculate now. But the point is, this is not an official parliament program. MTDP, as we understand it, if it has to be rolled out, Parliament is an integral part. Now, Parliament was not even presented with this MTDP, with this so-called national dialogue, so that the Parliament can pronounce and all of that. You know, even that has happened. And now fiscus must be used for some people's bright ideas. No, we're saying no to this. And Minister, I still argue that the questions that I've raised in my letter in terms of itemizing what has happened, and in also calling on you to stop this, still stand. So you still have not responded
your
to
last
that.
point.
It could be.
Okay, Nkosi. Honorable Matiwan.
Thank you, Chairperson. A greeting to the Minister and members of the Portfolio Committee and the administrative staff. I think, Chairperson, we must hold more of things so that we can have interactions with the Minister of Planning, Monitoring and Implementation. Chairperson, you know, I think this process of the national dialogue is a more public participation. In February, adopted the medium-term development plan, which sets up the priorities of government for the next years. Then
Sorry,
after
Chair.
the
Honorable Matiwane.
then after
Sorry, we're battling to hear, Chair.
Yes, there's a problem with your network, Honorable Matiwane. We can't even hear a word. Can I then, for now, deal with your network problems, and then we'll take you after Honorable Trolip? Honorable Trolip?
Yes, Chairperson. Thank you, Chair. I'm going to try not pontificate as much as previous speakers have, but you will forgive me if I repeat one or two things, but I want to repeat them for the record. So, first of all, as far as I'm concerned, I believe that this meeting was for us to discuss with the Minister the role of the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation in the national dialogue. And the Minister has made it quite clear from the outset that the department is not responsible for any funding, that it's a presidential initiative led by the Deputy President. Now, we had a session in Parliament yesterday where the President didn't even mention the Deputy President once and his responsibility. The President, in fact, said that he's now extricated himself and he's left it to the panel that is responsible. But there is also a concern that the President says that the budget has been transferred to NEDLAC, who also provides secretarial and accounting services for the budget. And I want to just place it on the record that one of the utterances made by the President is a matter of grave concern for me. He says that finances are managed by NEDLAC, and he finds that comforting. And I want to quote the following words, and that it should, to a large extent, be curtailed, close quote. So he says that the funding and the management of that funding by NEDLAC should, to a large extent, curtail any misappropriation now or unplanned expenditure. Now, once you start having degrees of allowance, you can't have a large extent. We either curtail or we don't curtail irregular expenditure. That's my first point. Then I believe that the Minister read to us her responsibility. I found it quite patronizing. And she told us that, you know, she has no responsibility, and explained the responsibility of Treasury with regards to its constitutional mandate and the Auditor General's oversight responsibility and proclamations, etc., etc. We have a responsibility as a portfolio committee to oversight all expenditure. And we have been told, and the Minister of Finance has said publicly, that this department is going to provide a portion of that budget. Now, the acting DG said, and I also want to quote for the record, that the Department of Monitoring and Evaluation does not make provision of funding of the national dialogue, close quote. Now, before we conclude this meeting, we need to understand categorically who is going to fund the national dialogue, and that none of the funding is going to come from this department, because we are going to go public about this. Because if we don't know, as Honorable Manyi said, if the left hand doesn't know what the right hand's doing, we are not going to be able to curtail any irregular expenditure. Then the real elephant in the room is that the President made a proclamation in his State of the Nation address about the national dialogue. But there was no mention of the national dialogue and its funding in the budget. And there hasn't been an adjustment budget. So the question is, where has the money come from? And that needs to be answered today in this committee. listening to the input from various people, Bergman, Honorable Bergman and Manye and others, this matter has become as clear as mud. I was hoping that by now we would have some clarity, but there's absolutely no clarity. And Chair, I believe it's our responsibility as a committee to provide clarity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Solip. Honorable Matiwane, are you back?
Yes, Chair, I was disconnected. I don't know what happened there.
Okay.
Can I start over?
Yes, please.
No, Chair, I was saying that this entire process of the national dialogue is a mockery of public participation, because what the executive has done is to adopt a medium-term development plan which sets out its priorities in government for the next 5 years. And then after the fact of adopting this plan, then they go on a supposed national dialogue to take the views of audience. Then you ask yourself, what are those views going to be used for, except to use the national dialogue as a gimmick to act as if the government is a government that listens to the people when it has already adopted its plan. If you are saying that it is the national dialogue, I think it was the acting DDG who says that the national dialogue is a citizen-led process. If it is a citizen-led process, then that means that Parliament should play an important role in that national dialogue. But nowhere we see the role of Parliament in the planning execution of the national dialogue. Parliament remains as the only arm of government that is supposed to represent the views of the people on the ground. And then when you go to the confusion, because there's just general issue of the national dialogue, which has become a hot potato where no one wants to take ownership of it. It is absolutely appalling that this department, with a budget of 485 million, which was recently approved, is going to use over 50% of its budget, 270 million, as the Minister of Finance has stated, for this national dialogue. Then you ask yourself, what about the things that were adopted when we're adopting the strategy, the five this covered because of this gimmick of a national dialogue, which is going to use half of the budget. I want to agree with the Honorable Trolip. It is really disappointing that each thing this department wants to tell us about its mandate. It gives us a presentation of 8 slides. Out of those 8 slides, 6 slides are telling us about the mandate. Each and every meeting you are going to tell us about the mandate. I think this portfolio committee has been running for over a year now. So I think the members are well aware of what is the mandate of the department. Even the legal advisor of Parliament is at pains to give us a clear indication. I like these proverbs of Honorable Trolip, because it is clear as mud, because we are not getting any closer to knowing what in the actual fact is happening with the national dialogue. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Matiwane. Honorable Gama.
Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity to discuss this matter. Thank you very much to the Minister and the DG for their input. this morning. It would appear that money or a budget has commenced being spent without it being authorized, which then makes the expenditure to be irregular. And we are saying that the DPME has to exercise its authority in advising stakeholders, including the president, that such a project as the National Dialogue is not actually approved. And if it's not approved, any expenditure is unauthorized and therefore irregular. So that's the first set of issues. We also have from the Parliamentary Legal Council that there has been no money which has been appropriated by Parliament for the National Dialogue. There are many things that are said. The Minister of Finance has also indicated that there would be 270 million rand, which would be spent by the DPME, which the DPME seems to be unaware of. So here we should actually take matchsticks and put them on our heads and listen to this thing, because so we need to understand exactly, and we need the DPME to take responsibility. How is it going to measure this thing that it probably was not aware that it's going to commence this year because it's not budgeted for? Because it keeps saying that it bases what it does on evidence. So what are the yardsticks that have been put into place? Because it would appear to us that this national dialogue has taken the DPME by surprise in terms of the timing of it, that it is now happening this year. They have not budgeted for it. And those funds that are being spent from NEDLAC, as we hear, are also not apportioned for the national dialogue. So it may well be that that is also fruitless and wasteful, in the sense that a number of civil society groups have actually pulled out of this national dialogue, and yet it continues to happen. It will become some kind of Trojan horse that happens with a view that social cohesion is being promoted, when in actual fact there is no social cohesion that is going to result from this. So we really want to appeal to the minister to relook at this thing, to advise the president appropriately, and to deal with this issue in a manner and way in which it can be directed properly. But at this point in time, we view this as irregular expenditure, which is unauthorized, that is taking place under her watch. And we are saying that you would be responsible for the oversight of this, regardless of how we want to say there's a constellation of different stakeholders that ought to be saying something in terms of this dialogue. But somebody needs to be responsible. At this point in time, this is a Trojan horse that is controlled by no one, and it's just flying in the air. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gama. Honorable Buthelezi, then followed by Honorable Chauke. Honorable Buthelezi.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to the Minister. Good morning to the acting DG, the colleagues on the committee, and everyone here in the House. Chair, I think my specific interest really is that is the one of the funding from the point of view of the department DPM. There is that just as we were heaving a sigh of relief after the very firm assurances from the minister and the acting DG that absolutely not a cent was expended. Then Honorable Bergman threw the cat amongst the pigeons, where he went to the extent of mentioning the amount. So I just think that, as knowing very well, all of us here, that one of the key functions or duties of a portfolio committee is accountability. We really need some light thrown on this area of funding, because now there are two stories now in terms of the funding itself. So I think that the merits and demerits of the national dialogue is one matter, but I think that if one is inward looking as far as this committee is concerned, it's very important. I actually just wonder, listening here and saying, I wonder whether maybe it's not now opportune for the deputy president to come and give comfort to this committee about this whole matter. So I think my concern, Chair, but the main one, before we go any further, as I've just pointed out, it really concerns me a lot that there's no clarity at all on the funding, and especially the people who are sitting right at where at the reins in terms of the jockeys as far as the department is concerned, which is the minister and the deputy acting DG, have given us assurances that not a cent was spent. And then we hear that there's even a specific amount being mentioned that some money came out of the department. Really, that is my biggest concern, and I think we'll be remiss in our duty if we don't scrutinize that part, because being the duty of this department, and even more so this committee. That is right now, Chair, my main concern. But then, as I conclude, as I've just pointed out, I just think that I would think that it is really quite appropriate that maybe the Deputy President is asked to come and clarify once and for all what exactly is happening. There are too many parts. There are too many moving parts in terms of national dialogue. Although that was always going to happen, anything new is like that. But as this committee, we need to be in line of sight at all times. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nkosibuthelezi. Honorable Chauke.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings. May I request that I keep my camera off for better bandwidth through you, Chairperson?
No problem, Honorable Chauke.
Thank you very much. Greetings to yourself, Chairperson, and also to the Minister, Deputy Minister, Acting DG, and all officials who have joined us, and also members of the Portfolio Committee. I think, Chairperson, there are some sentiments that we do share with our fellow colleagues who have spoken, honorable members, in terms of perhaps being provided with better clarity and oversight responsibility of the department and the ministry when it comes to the national dialogue, but also understanding the importance of the national dialogue is something that we must, as South African citizens and also as public representatives, start to internalize in terms of what it then means for the development and the sustainability and economic and social development of South African country, or the country as a whole. I know that there was reference where it spoke about social cohesion, and one must, from my interpretation, social cohesion would then make reference to bringing society together for one common cause. And objectively, from this national dialogue is primarily to ensure that we're able to address the systematic barriers and challenges that are faced by South Africans, and developing a national plan for the next 30 years, also emanating from the NDP, which is set for 2030, having a plan after 2030 of what South Africa and what South Africans want to see happening in the country, and hence why the importance of the national dialogue and why it would make reference to social cohesion, and for us to really understand and interpret what social cohesion really is interpreted and meant to be. But I think, Chairperson, one of the concerns that perhaps I would then raise, and perhaps what I want to say is that perhaps we need to be furnished with accurate facts and information. And I know Honorable Bachman raised the amount of 270 million, if I'm correct, that is to come from this department. If we can be provided with clarity on that, and also the process of expropriation or appropriation of resources that would then be allocated through government to support the running and the establishment and the successful implementation of the national dialogue, so that we're able to, as members of the portfolio committee, be at peace, but also South African citizens be rest assured in terms of how taxpayers' money is going to be spent. Another thing, Chairperson, that I would like to just raise, and it's quite important for us to really get a response or a view, not even a response, a strategic plan, in fact, from the department on how they will then be playing an instrumental oversight role, seeing that this department's responsibility is for planning, monitoring, and evaluation. One would have a particular interest on seeing what is the framework or model that will then be used by PME through the minister and the ministry, and obviously in consultation as well, and being presented to the portfolio committee for us to have a better oversight from a government perspective on the implementation of the national dialogue. But also for us to really have an overview of the financial implications that this would then have on taxpayers, and where this is going to be appropriated from. Another question, Chairperson, outside of the matrix that perhaps the department is going to extract, and I know that even in the Constitution, there is a framework that is in place, but one would want it to be expanded specifically that would speak to the national dialogue as part of the planning process of the department. I think what has been alluded to as well by Honorable Gama, on the fact of, I think that the participation of the portfolio committee being quite instrumental as public representatives who are elected to represent the South Africans in any form of legislation and public participation. Chairperson, through you, perhaps if we can know what the involvement and engagement would then be, or participation of the portfolio committee in this regard, being a state, let me say, being an institute that is created for public participation. This second to last question, Chairperson, would be centered around the really understanding and unpacking from, and I think perhaps we'd also need those who are in government, who are leading the process, and that would also speak to the deputy president and the officials who are given the constitutional mandate or responsibility to oversee this process. What their projected strategic plan would then be in terms of the implementation of the national dialogue, and also what the intended and anticipated outcomes would then be. Also to find out what would then be, with the outcome, what would they then constitute? So the intended outcomes of the national dialogue, how would they then be applied? Would this then constitute the next 30-year plan as part of the next 30-year plan for the national development plan that we have in place? And I think that's quite important for us to really articulate. Chairperson, I think for now I am satisfied because I have been covered by my fellow colleagues, but I think we must re-emphasize the importance of a national dialogue with every country. It is projected, and research shows that within 30 years of a country's evolution or revolution, there must come a time where settings of this nature, such as the national dialogue, take place in order for countries to plan for the years ahead. Thank you very much, Chair.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chauke. I don't see other hands, but honorable members, I think we all agree that government is the main actor to coordinate the national dialogue, and which is inclusive of all civil societies and businesses and our international development partners. But I think the national dialogue itself is part of participatory governance. I think we must not run away from that, honorable members. But I don't think we need to be too technical, because I've heard all the inputs, and they are very important from honorable members, but really were too technical. And I don't think the national dialogue has to be in the national development plan and also the MTDP. But however, I think, honorable members, the constitution is very clear about participatory governance and social compact between government and the people. And I think we must take it on that note, honorable members. And at some point, obvious, the department will then respond to some of your issues. And I know in the main, all of us as this portfolio committee want to understand, who's gonna fund the national dialogue. And obvious, listened to the opening remarks of the minister and also the presentation by the department. They are not responsible in terms of the funding of this national dialogue. But obvious, I've read also that while you were talking, the newspaper, article by the minister, and of which is the Minister of the Treasury, of the 270 that will then be that will come from the department and what have been presented before this portfolio committee. I don't think, honorable members, we must be too technical, because obvious we are not an administrative body. We are a legislator as this portfolio committee, which is an extension of parliament. But I think the department, obvious, and I've heard also all of you are saying the department must take responsibility, and of which, honorable members, I will always, lobby or propose that while we have an article by the National Treasury or the Minister Kodongwa, and I think it's important that we must hear from the department itself instead of relying on what we have seen as an article on these matters. If there is a pronouncement by the National Treasury through the minister, it must be then tested before this portfolio committee. And that is the recommendation, honorable members, that I think as part of this, because I don't think the department, including the minister, will be able to respond to what all of you have raised in terms of the 270 that will come from the department. Because, for example, all of us who have seen it as an article, and the only department that will then come and present if this is true is the department presenting before this portfolio committee. But however, honorable members, I think I will give the department. I see the hand of Honorable Chauke.
Apologies, Chairperson. I just wanted to second your proposal of perhaps as a portfolio committee calling the Treasury, but also I think it is important for us to also call the Appropriations Committee as well with the PME department in order for us to really look at the rands and cents. And I think that is what members of the portfolio committees are really grappling with, is the rands and cents of taxpayers. And I think that's where we need clarity. Thank you very much, Chair. Apologies.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chauke. Honorable Nkosipteles.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I was just wondering, because it has crossed my mind before, but I think this department, of all departments, really has got to have teeth. Now, I just want to know whether, from the point of view of the minister, I'm just wondering, the minister, whether really his mandate has got teeth in terms of being mandated, muscled up, because the very nature of this department, when it oversees other departments, and of course, by extension, this committee, the mandate must really be very, very strong. I just thought that question, it will give me a lot of comfort to know whether is the mandate enough, and that one can only know from the minister herself. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, honorable members. I'm handing over to you, honorable minister, and the department. And obvious, if Adila want to clarify some of the issues that have been raised, from the legal opinion at Adila. I will first, I will hand over to yourself, Honorable Minister. I'm not sure if the acting DG will start, or yourself, whatever.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you so much for the inputs. I think as we listened to the inputs, then it became clear exactly what the portfolio committee is looking for, which is assisting. Maybe let me just first allow the acting DG to actually give some clarity on some few things, and I will then now close in terms of the response of the department. If you may allow me, Honorable Chairperson, let me request that the acting Director General actually do give some direction, most especially on the technical things. Then I will come in terms of closing. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Minister and Chair. Just to start with the questions from Honorable Bergman, in terms of the fact that he was saying we are responsible for the national dialogue in terms of our strategic plan. As we had indicated, we are not responsible for that. It is a citizen-led initiative, but we did say that we are going to follow the process because the outcomes of such will be quite important for the work that we do as a department. And then moving to Honorable Mani, I just want to indicate, Honorable Mani, that you were referring to the national dialogue in page 86. So there are two places where the NTDP talks about the national dialogue. There is a paragraph on page 87 that talks about to promote the involvement of key stakeholders to strengthen social cohesion. And it's quite clear in paragraph 2 that the national dialogue process will be responsible for convening the forums that will bring these diverse stakeholders together. It's not talking about the sexism one that you've read. There's another paragraph that specifically speaks about the issue of the national dialogue. I thought I should just make it very, very clear on that. But also importantly, to restate what I've said and what the minister have said, that in terms of our budget allocation, there is no budget as it currently stands now for the national dialogue. We take this parliament seriously. We take this portfolio committee seriously. And we cannot come here and say that there is no budget for the national dialogue when there is. So I think you need to believe us when we say, as it currently stands, there is no budget in the department for the national dialogue. In terms of what is in the media, the articles are there in the media. Treasury will come and then confirm. But as the department officially, we wish to state that there is no spending actually that has been made on the national dialogue as it stands now. Honorable Gama, you say we are taken by surprise. We are never taken by surprise as a department. Even for programs which are not planned, we are always combat ready to do our work. As I indicated earlier, that even on force majeure issues, where there's unplanned national disasters, we always go there and make sure that we make the necessary interventions that we need to make. So we are never at all taken by surprise on anything as a department. So I think those are the issues that were raised, Minister, from a technical point of view. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Advocate Makobe. As I've already said, I think Advocate Makobe has responded to some issues. The first thing that I would like to say is that indeed we have taken I'm taking into cognizance the fact that maybe we could have then now come up with a framework that we are going to use in terms of playing our role of monitoring and evaluation of whether this national dialogue is doing what it's supposed to do, sitting, is it now speaking to what the MTDP is saying and exactly what the NDP has been saying in terms of the national dialogue, and the responsibility, of course, of the president as it relates to the national dialogue itself, which is enshrined in the constitution, that he's the one that can convene a national dialogue. In this regard, the president convened a national dialogue and he delegated the deputy president to then now deal with the matter and the issues that has to do with the responsibility of government. It is for this reason that an IMC was put in place to be able to at least outline the role of government that is led by the Deputy President. And it was outlined exactly what our responsibility is as it relates to this department, which is to monitor and evaluate the process of the plan that was put in place by the organizing committee that is now the organizing committee of the what do you call it? The National Convention that has now put in place a steering committee which will play support of the committee that will work with NEDLAC as it relates to what needs to happen with the national dialogue under, of course, the leadership of the eminent persons panel that has been put in place and adopted, and it was actually introduced at the National Convention itself. So the national dialogue itself, in our understanding and the presentation that we did get, is that now that the process of putting in place the committees that are responsible, like as I've already said, more on the representation of social stakeholders. The eminent persons are already there. They are appointed, and it is on a voluntary basis. The steering committee has been put in place so that we then now deal with the issue of it being a citizen-led, because it's supposed to promote social cohesion and give us a product that would also be used by ourselves as we come up with the new National Development Plan with scenarios of the kind of South Africa that people want to live in. The steering committee has been finalized. That will be led, of course, by civil society, and we will continue to do our part as a department to say that what is it that is being done. And I guess then now what we are hearing from the committees, that the committee would like us to come up with a framework that we are going to use so that we are then able to advise the president as well as the deputy president, or even account to parliament as it relates to the money that will be used in this regard. Now, our own knowledge and what has been presented in the IMC, because we haven't had any interaction with the Department of Treasury, because it is still the Deputy President that has been given this responsibility and delegated by the President, who is now empowered by the Constitution to convene a national dialogue. In the IMC presentation, we were informed that the responsibility of government, which would be that 270 million, will come from an appropriation, of course, made by Treasury, and it will go to the Department of Labor and Employment, which will then now take it to NEDLAC, because Labor and Employment is the one that actually work with NEDLAC. It is not ourselves. We have also, through, of course, the technical people in our department, when the issue of the what do you call it, of the article came out, because questions were asked. I haven't done any questioning because I know that in the IMC it was never said in any way that money will be coming from our department. Our responsibility would only be to monitor and evaluate the implementation and what needs to be done, and collect the information when the steering committee is done, then the eminent people are actually done. We will take it and be able to distribute it to different departments, and also take the part that we need for the National Development Plan post 2030 to actually be done. The 270 million million that has been said, it has been clarified through the Department of Treasury with our technical people, because we wanted to understand what is this, that it does not come from us. And we also informed them that we are going to say to the committee that we have no knowledge of the 270 million coming from our own coffers. Where we are, it does not come from our coffers, because the budget that has been appropriated for this department has actually been distributed accordingly, and it will have to fund the programs and the APP and our responsibility as it relates to the MTDP. So our responsibility is not to fund the national dialogue, but to play our role that we are playing for government generally in terms of monitoring and evaluation. I take to heart and I do agree with Honorable Gama that what we will have to do is to advise the president in terms of what has been raised here, to say that in the view of this portfolio committee, and we will also wait probably for the process that the Honorable Chauke has said, to say that let the appropriation committee, probably maybe the standing committee on finance and this portfolio committee come together so that we can ascertain that indeed there was no appropriation of the National Dialogue funds from the Department of Treasury. As a result, the president must be aware that there was misappropriation. If there was misappropriation, it means that when the Auditor General will have to do the audit as it relates to this particular process that falls under him as the head of states and who is actually given this responsibility by the Constitution itself, there will be an irregular expenditure because there was no appropriation for this particular process that is taking place. We will then now have to do our part as it relates to that, to advise the president as it relates to that particular matter. But our role as it relates to monitoring and evaluation of this particular national dialogue, we will do it. And I guess, and I do believe that we from the department will have to then now come and present how we are going to actually do it. We will then now even maybe have to come and say, how much will it cost us to actually do this particular work of monitoring and evaluation of one of the programs that is in the MTDP. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. And I really, really appreciate the input that we got from the members. It is at least allowing us to streamline exactly what we need to do as it relates to this particular national dialogue. And we are in agreement that indeed we just have to pull up our socks and ensure that we give you the plans of what we are going to do and advise our principal, which is the head of state, accordingly, and raise some of these matters, of course, in the IMC that are actually raising concerns to the public, because it is public money and taxpayers' money that is being utilized, and the portfolio committee that is actually overseeing our work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Yeah. Anything from you?
Yeah, my hand is up.
Okay. I see now there's new hands, because I wanted to give Adila to respond to some of the issues, but I can see there's a hand of Honorable Mani. There's a hand of, okay, I will start with Honorable Apiri, followed by Honorable Mani and Inkosi Buthelezi. Honorable Inkosi Buthelezi.
Thanks
Thank
very
you very.
much.
Oh,
Thanks
sorry.
very much.
Honorable Mani, I will start with Honorable Apiri because it's the second round of hands.
I didn't say anything, Chair. It was Honorable Teles who came in.
Oh, okay, sure.
Thanks
Honorable
very much, Chair. Chairperson, based on the presentation presented before us and on the response of the department also, mine is just not going to be too long. I think it's proper to agree with Honorable Chauke to say the department is clear to say they did not, they don't know anything about the budget. The 270, they don't know anything about the budget coming from the department. And they even took an effort to question what has been written on the article to say the 270 has been spent from its coffers. But then I'm saying, Chair, I'm proposing that let us rest this matter for now and request the Treasury to come and present before us as to what they know, because the department that is mentioned to be knowing about the budget doesn't know anything. It's Treasury which has said something about the budget. Let us raise the matter here and request the National Treasury to come and present before us as to what they know about this budget. Thank you very much.
Very much, Honorable Apiri. Honorable Manyi.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I don't think we are on the same page with the Minister. At least from where I sit and from where my organization sits, our role here is not to regularize this irregular activity. We're not here to say to the Minister, okay, Minister, this is what you should do in terms of regularizing this, which is her summary. Her summary is about how to regularize this. That's not where I am. At least it's not where MK Party is. We are not about to regularize this, that which is not making sense. Firstly, there are too many contradictions. There are contradictions at executive authority level. The one minister says there's 270, the other minister says, I know nothing about it. And then the next thing, even in the same department, there are contradictions. The acting DG says this is the citizen-led process, and the minister says, no, this is led by eminent persons group. So we don't know which is which. It's just too much confusion on this thing. So I have 6 questions here, Chair. Very brief. Honorable Trolley gave a constructive criticism that we should not pontificate. So let me not pontificate. Question number 1, which is which? Is it citizens-led or is it eminent persons group-led, this thing? The MTDP says citizens-led, but what we seem to have now is eminent persons group-led. I have a problem with this. So can we be clear, number 1? Number 2, if indeed this was mentioned in the SONA, if the same thing that we're talking about, why then did it get missed out on the appropriations that have happened? Why was it not appropriated? And so on, if indeed we're dealing with the same thing. Number 2. Number 3, it cannot be that the minister is only waking up now to say, okay, let me see what I can do to measure this. Already, if indeed this was planned, this was mentioned in the SONA and all of that. So therefore, the minister must share with us right now, what are the key indicators for us to know that this thing is going to be successful? How are we going to know that the objective is met? She should be telling us now, because this was now planned. This was now mentioned in the SONA and all that. So, and the DG has also confirmed that he's not surprised. You know, Honorable Gama was trying to be nice to say he's surprised. So I said, no, I'm not surprised. Fine. If you're not surprised, then share with us the key indicators to show that you're not surprised. What are the key indicators of this national dialogue? And then fourthly, which part of the NDP talks to this? We've got the 6 key indicators in the NDP that we're working towards, the key priorities. Which one talks to this one, so that we know that there is coherence between all these activities? Which one? And then, why is this a priority over others? For instance, why is this whole $500 million? Why is it a priority to spend $500 million talking? Why is it a priority over jobs, over health, over housing, etc.? Why is that a priority? The 6th point, Minister, I'm still looking for the itemized billing. We now know that there's about 25 million just for 2 days, 25 million. And you are still saying we are going to cost, what is going to cost us for you to be involved? So there's not going to be another, you're promising us that, okay, now that you are not involved, now you're going to be involved. For you to be involved, you're going to submit the cost of your involvement. I mean, really, this is really going from bad to worse. So last question is that why is it, Minister, that you don't stop this? Because it's very clear that we're now just trying to regularize something that is irregular. And we're now going deeper into the cliff, and we're not likely to get any favorable outcome. Key role players have already pulled out. All the progressive foundations have pulled out. The DA has pulled out. The president yesterday in Parliament, by the way, he said this in Parliament. I was there in person. President said that in Parliament yesterday, that he is also no longer involved now and all of that. So why don't we just stop this thing? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Nkosi Buthelezi.
Sorry, Chair, it's a legacy hand. Apologies.
Oh, thank you very much.
I'm covered what I wanted to raise.
See, I will, honorable members, there's a hand of the Deputy Minister, and I will then, as a chair, rule on this matter because I understand that there were many questions that have been raised now by Honorable Mani. And obvious also Honorable Apiri have supported the first recommendation from the chair and obvious Honorable Chauke. And I understand, honorable members, the department and obvious the minister might not respond to all of these questions that have been raised now by Honorable Mani. And honorable members, I will then propose that I think the department and also the minister have captured some of these questions.
Order, Chair. Order, Chair. Order, Chair. Chair, I'm
Honorable,
calling order on you. The minister is here to account. Please allow the minister to account. Chair. You are busy defending the minister now. Please, Chair.
Honorable Mani,
The minister is here to account. Let the minister account, Chair. You are busy now couching all of this thing, trying to shield the minister. We can't have this thing, Chair, in the committee. Please.
can I be respected, Mr. Mzwanele Mani? Because I have not finished what I was going to say. I will give the minister to speak because I've seen the hand of the deputy minister. But obvious, if they can't respond to some of these questions, they will not lie before this portfolio committee. Will give them time, go back, prepare responses for these questions, bring them back because they are also coming back next week on Wednesday before this portfolio committee. That's what I was going to say, Honorable Mani. But obvious, there are recommendations that I will then, after them, present before this portfolio committee so that we move to the next item. And I will request that the chair, it can't be two chairs, and there's one chair, honorable members. And I'm handing over to the deputy minister. I've seen the hand of the deputy minister. Honorable say so.
Thank you, Chairperson, and greetings to the minister and the members of the committee. I think the difficulty, I think, Chair, let me first agree with the indication that you have just made that you like that the process should be followed to fully satisfy the committee in terms of questions, comments that they have made, so that there is a bit of coherence on all the issues that the committee members have raised on discussing the very important subject of a dialogue. I don't think we should even venture opportunistically on whether or not the dialogue must continue. I don't think that is within the framework that we're dealing with here. Political parties must exhaust all other avenues and channels to deal with the issue because as the president emphatically made yesterday is that there is progress that the country is making. For instance, even the issue that Honorable Manye is making, who is who or which is what, who is leading, I believe that we should allow for a process where even Parliament will sufficiently get briefing through what the minister said, that the deputy president plays a critical role in ensuring that the dialogue achieves its desired objectives. So there is going to be this kind of a coordination. But I want to first say, maybe for starters, because members have raised issues and comments in the committee about the department, that we sufficiently respond to those issues that members have raised in the process that we have proposed. So because I will say, Chair, we know National Treasury is mandated by the money bills it makes allocations, it can consider reallocations through the adjustment. And this is an important area of work. It's not illegal. It's an important area of work about the facilitating dialogue about the citizens of South Africa to deal with issues that concerns and frustrate the nation. So I think we should allow for that process, even where National Treasury adequately responds to all these issues and even the appropriations committee. Because, you know, we can't be ad hoc, even in the committee itself. We know that some of the issues must be responded to adequately through other processes. So I'll agree with you. Yeah, I'm just constrained that I must not speak on the substance of the issues, but I think I will do so through the process that you are proposing. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Honorable TM and honorable members. I think on this item, we, as honorable members, we all agree that the National Treasury should account in terms of the article that have been posted in the group and that three of the honorable members spoke about, and that we all know, we are not sure, some of us, if it's credible in terms of the issues that have been raised before this committee meeting. But I think as one of the recommendations, the National Treasury must come and brief the portfolio committee. That's the first issue. But the second issue, honorable members, we can't run away from the fact that the participatory governance is equally important, like all other priorities that have been raised by this portfolio committee. And however, then, honorable members, the recommendations are very clear. There are three of them. One is the National Treasury appearing before this portfolio committee in terms of the 270 million that we have spoken about from an article. Number two, honorable members, importantly, is the joint meeting with us as this portfolio committee of planning, monitoring and evaluation and the appropriation, so that we then test the actual cost spending of the national dialogue. And then the last Lantika recommendation, after we've concluded all the other recommendations, the meetings with the treasury and also the meeting with the appropriation, will then, if we are not satisfied, then call the DP to come and present before this portfolio committee. But obvious, out of all these Lantika offices, one, the National Treasury, two, the appropriation, and the Deputy Minister's office, we will then also, it's important that NETLEC immediately after the National Treasury or on one day, NETLEC and National Treasury appear before this portfolio committee. But obvious, honorable members, as a recommendation, the last one, there are a lot of questions that you have raised, and also in the main, you have wanted to understand the role, obvious, that have been explained of the department. But in the main, you want to understand who's going to fund the dialogue, if not the DPME. But obvious also, importantly, is the role of this department in terms of overseeing everything else, all activities of the national dialogue. And on top of that, the departments and nationally, the provincial departments, our SOEs, and obvious, the local government. And I think, honorable members, as we then conclude this item, I will wish to, on behalf of the portfolio committee, thank the minister before us and also the deputy minister, the department as led by the acting DG, Advocate Makobe, and all other colleagues, so that we remain as members to deal with the second item, which is the second strategic plan of this portfolio committee. But however, if there are issues that you believe that the department and also the minister have not responded to those issues or questions from yourselves, they must also, if you can, Lantika, send them. I've noted many of those questions, and also Mendy is here, and also Mnisi. We will then send them to the department so that as they come next week, and they will then be able to respond to all other issues that have been raised by this portfolio committee. I see the hand. As a chair now, I think I have closed this matter, but I see the hand of Honorable Manyi, followed by Honorable Chauke.
Thank you, Chair. No, I accept your summary, Chair, but just one thing only. In the meantime, can we get the detailed line-by-line item of the current 25 million? What did that pay for? Because we were told that this is going to be done cheaply. We're going to have in-kind donations of UNISA and this and that and the other, but then next thing, in 2 days only, 25 million. Can you imagine? Can we get just that, of all the things that I've raised, can in the next 48 hours, because this is money spent already, or in the next 24 hours, can we get the itemized billing? This can't be complicated. Somebody paid. Can we just get told who was paid for this 25 million and for what services? That's all. Can we get that, Chair, in the next 24 hours? Thank you.
I think we'll also get that from the National Treasurer when we invite them before this portfolio committee. They will give us the details.
No, Chair. The National Treasurer, the National Treasury Chair would have given
Thank you very
money
much,
to
Chair.
the 25 million will then be used.
Honorable Manyi, no.
But
Also
Chair,
now you must respect the portfolio committee and
Chair,
also
I'm respecting
dialogue up. I respect you.
But Chair, I think that respecting me must then mean somebody.
Chair,
No,
that please be
what
protected.
you have said, it has been noted.
Distorting.
Honorable Manyi, your last point has been noted by the department and obvious, the National Treasury. Also, when we write and invite them before this portfolio committee, we will then also be specific on issues. Thank you very much, Honorable Chauke.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and apologies for coming in after you have summarized and you were closing the matter. I think perhaps I might have missed it. I don't know. You did indicate that we were going to get a response or a final view from the legal. I'm not sure if perhaps I might have missed that by any chance. I just wanted to bring that to your attention. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Adila, I've asked Adila if there's issues to respond to. Adila.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honourable Chauke. Chairperson, at this point in time, I really have nothing further to add from a legal perspective, other than to note that there does appear to be a dispute of fact. To put it bluntly, the question at the forefront is, where does the money come from? But then to also reiterate that there is provisions for an adjustment budget process, and it may be that some of the questions, in our view, will only then become clearer once this adjustment budget process actually reveals itself. But taking into account that the committee will be engaging with other role players. However, the PC, we can confirm that the PC has, in accordance with Section 55, embarked on this process of oversight in order to elicit or understand exactly what is the status quo. I just want to add also, and this is purely from a legal perspective, and to remind the PC that further in accordance with Section 55, but specifically National Assembly Rule 2271C, provides that once the PC has obtained some sort of clarity, then the PC may monitor, and I think this PC is best placed to understand this concept of monitoring, but also investigate and inquire. And then I just want to highlight this concept of making recommendations to the respective role players in unpacking this question of the national dialogue. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, honourable members.
Thank you very much, Adila. Honorable Gama, I've seen you. There's a hand of Honorable Gama, and I thought I have concluded this item.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry that I have to come back because I'm getting two senses and I don't like it. But there's two issues. One, we spoke about the Deputy President that we would like to ask the Deputy President to come to the committee to discuss this national dialogue. It's not just about the money and the National Treasury. So it's both the National Treasury and the Deputy President. The second issue, Chair, we exercise oversight here. It's not your role as the chair to try and shield the ministry or the officials. They're adults, they can talk for themselves. And when we try to guide you to say, do not do this, it appears that you want to continue to do it. It's incorrect. It's not the role of a portfolio committee. Our role as a portfolio committee is to exercise oversight. Please, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gam. I don't think you have heard me as for a third recommendation is that an obvious from the legal opinion of Parliament that we must also at some point after all these other departments, we must invite the Deputy President. But honorable members, thank you very much. Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister and the team from the Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. I will see you, I think, again next week. But obviously, we'll humbly request that all the other questions that have been raised by members, you can bring them, the responses next week, but we'll write the letter in terms of all other issues that have been raised by the Portfolio Committee. And thank you very much to all of you. You are released by the Portfolio Committee, will remain with our second item, which is the last item of the day, the second draft strategic plan. Thank you very much. Mnisi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Adila?
Chair, may I also please be excused as you are going to be dealing with your strat plan?
No, that's okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Goodbye.
Mnisi will take us through the second draft, honorable members, of the strategic plan of the Portfolio Committee.
Thank you, Chair. Um, Following
Am I the only one who can't hear anything?
No,
No.
Minister will present Honorable Nkosiputele's. We're just dealing with the volume of my gadget so that there's no echo.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
We are in a small room, Chair. That's why there's echo.
No, we're not in the small. No,
I had the echo, no, we're not in a small room.
No, you can just.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. Last week on the 4th and the 5th, we met, and based on the inputs and discussions and participants' inputs, we developed a strategy, and this strategy took comments.
The mic.
Like,
Also, the mic here. Because your volume is too soft. Yeah. Also too soft.
oh, okay. Well, on the first page, there was an issue of division, but as part of Parliament, we're told that based on the approved framework for strategic planning, we need to align our vision, our mission, our values, and the strategic, our values and the mandate to that of Parliament. The page, and then the constitutional and legislative mandate comes from Parliament. Priorities, 7 Parliament's priorities, strategic oversight mechanism, enhance legislative process and public involvement, and improve public appointments and international engagements. This is the strategic focus areas. And then we dealt with the situational analysis, dealing with global prospects, intermediate environment, IPU strategy. We've included the Agenda 2063, the African Union theme, the South African legislative sector, the domestic outlook, and then we deal with key development challenges on 13, key highlights of the legacy report, and then key areas of future work from the legacy report, which deals with a legislation development planning framework built on for national systems, planning and coordination, national planning instruments and strategy, the 30-year review, the 10-year review of the NDP, policy on performance management development systems, implementation of Statistics Amendment Act, which was a bill before, and then we've included the SWOT analysis, which was not part of the initial document, which deals with, as part of the input, deals with weaknesses, opportunities, strengths, and threats, and the purpose. Here on 8, it was saying committee priorities. So we changed it because there was no consistency in what was there in the strategic priorities of the committee and what was in 8.1. It actually is DPME, Statistics South Africa and Brand SA priorities. We've rephrased it. And number 9 deals with the strategic objectives of the committee. On the strategic goal remains that of Parliament, and then the objectives are the ones of the committee, which is on legislative enhanced lawmaking and public involvement. We said research process, research process, pass and amend bills to strengthen statistics and evaluation, ensure executive implements laws and remain accountable, ensure legislative process or lawmaking reflects the voice of citizens. And then on oversight, we said ensure the department DPME, Statistics South Africa, and Brand SA are accountable on execution of their mandates, promote transparency in operations, budgets, and policy implementation, oversee DPME institutionalization of the MTDP in all spheres of government, conduct oversight visits in socio-economic infrastructural projects and frontline employees, strengthen national planning, budgeting nexus through oversight of the DPME and National Treasury to ensure alignment of the NDP, MTDP, and fiscal policy, monitor private investment to support national development objectives, promote and enhance performance of SOEs and public entities, to shape South Africa's strategic trajectory, monitors indicators, and evaluate performance, collaborate with relevant committees to monitor the effective implementation of district development model and hold DDM champions accountable, promote oversight on governance and performance of Statistics South Africa. And then we have a strategic goal of international relation, improve international relation. The objectives are focused on the country's progress in relation to the 2063 SDGs and SADC priorities, process international treaties relating to the sector, conduct tour relevant to the committee mandate, and then a strategic goal on public office to enhance the state and its key organs, including professionalism, build a capable and a professional parliament, provide efficient and effective committee work, ensure committee decisions are of national interest. And then on the 5-year strategic objective of the committee and strategic, and then the strategic goal on lawmaking, we said research, process, and pass and amend bills to strengthen planning and monitoring and evaluation, indicator, research, process, and amend and pass legislation. The baseline is one bill. The bill that we're dealing with currently is the National State Enterprise Bill, which we're going to be dealing with it this year. And the second part is to introduce the Integrated Planning Framework Bill, which was suggested by members, and in the strategic planning session. Here, what happened was we said we need to ensure that the executive implement laws and remains accountable. One law that has been passed is the Statistics Act last year. So it's a law that we need to find a report in terms of how our departments report on statistics such as your police, on GBV issues, on crime issues and stuff like that. There has to be a correlation with Stats SA's reporting. And part of the law is also to come up with a national strategy on the development of statistics. So we'll be implementing this law throughout the 5-year term. Ensure legislation and lawmaking process or legislating process or lawmaking reflect the voice of the citizens. Here we've dealt with consultations on National State Enterprise Bill, and we also seeing a number of stakeholders consulted per bill. We expect to consult 100 stakeholders on the bill, 100% stakeholders. And then on oversight mechanisms, strengthen the oversight mechanism, ensure the DPME State South Africa and brands South Africa accountable to the execution of their mandate. So we measure performance against the mandate of the DPME statistics, South Africa and Brand SA. And we're seeing analytical reports produced by the content advisor and the researcher on stakeholders. So analyze strategic plans and APPs to assist members to hold departments an entity accountable. So that will be done throughout the term in terms of reports that would have to be tabled before the committee to analyze APPs. And then we said we developed and adopted 2 reports, budget vote reports for the NA House. This was done with the report on Stats SA and Brand SA. And then we have a strategic goal that promotes transparency in operations, budgets, and policy implementation. The measure the performance of DPME in terms of financial and non-financial targets. Conduct 4 performance reviews of the DPME, brand South Africa and state South Africa. Develop and adopt quarterly review reports. DPME said they were going to give us biannual reports, but then we were also expected in terms of legislation to track the performance of the quarterly reports. And then we will set analytical briefs by content advisor and researcher on stakeholders' annual reports. In the third quarter of every year, we analyze budget, the BRRR, and then part of it is also to analyze the annual reports. So we'll analyze annual reports to assist members to hold DPME statistics, South African brand SA accountable. And it's down. The computer doesn't want to go up, down. Oh, it was a computer. It said developed and adopt 2 BRRR reports. This is done annually. Develop and adopt 2 BRRR reports and report to account to any house. And it say oversee the DPME in the institutionalization of the MTDP in all spheres of government. Will ensure that DPME review, planning, monitor, and evaluate the MTDP of the National Development Plan. Tabled the baseline that they tabled the review of the NDP and the medium-term strategic framework. And then we'll ensure that DPME monitors and evaluates the implementation of the MTDP across government. And then this one is on national dialogue. We're saying national dialogue input and consideration of outcomes, review global practices of long-term planning, NPC to table roadmap of a long-term beyond 2030. Committee to facilitate discourse to contribute to long-term plan, and then the new long-term plan draft. And then the last year we've developed, the DPME developed the budget prioritization framework, and as in terms of targets, we're going to ensure DPME report on the framework for over the years, in 5 years. And then we're saying there's no baseline for this one, but we're saying DPME to report, to submit report on private investment, and the committee to receive reports from various business organizations. And then we're also saying it's a new target, ensure that the DPME submit progress report on climate change and just transition and pragmatic interventions to catalytic programs. this is going to be done on an annual basis. We've developed reports on the performance management systems of HODs, ensure that the DPME tables at least two performance management reports for HODs on an annual basis. Monitoring of national and provincial departments' performance and capability. Ensure DPME submits and reports on the monitoring of the national and provincial departments' performance and capability. And this is going to be done throughout the year. Monitoring of the performance of the presidential hotline, DPME, to produce performance monitoring report of the presidential hotline. And then in terms of oversight, conduct oversight for strategic objectives in the socio-economic infrastructure projects and frontline employees, national, provincial, and local, was saying number of oversight visits conducted. So conduct at 3 oversight and report findings to the NA. This is part of the oversight mechanism of Parliament, where we go on oversight. And then to shape South Africa's strategic development trajectory, monitor indicators and evaluate performance. We're saying monitoring report on the MTDP and NDP indicators and targets. Report produced on monitoring indicators and targets of the MTDP, NDP. We will ensure that the DPME produce a report on monitoring the MDP indicators and targets. And then while on that one of alignment, saying develop a framework to guide specialization of institutional planning and monitor. And then over the years, it will be conduct 3 initiatives to specialize government planning. And in the second year, we say 2. And we're also saying monitor and adopt an adoption of the National Strategy for Development Statistics. As mentioned before in the Statistics Act, one of the areas is to develop this strategy. So number of progress reports on the implementation of the strategy. So we're saying we would like 2 reports tabled to the Committee on National Strategic Development, a national strategy for the development of statistics. And then the second one it's a midterm review, and then strengthen national planning budget nexus through oversight, number of joint or oversight engagements held with National Treasury and DPME on planning, budget alignment. This came out of a discussion that we had with the budget office in terms of national priorities not being aligned to the budget. And monitor the production and of credible timers and reliable, and survey statistics, produce credible timers and reliable survey reports, oversee statistics in the process of producing credible timers and reliable survey reports. It's part of a discussion that came out of the meeting as well. And then this is going to be done in parts where we oversee 2 credible timers survey reports produced and in this year, and then in the following year we expect 4. So monitor investment to support national as a strategic objective, national development objectives, private sector, private investment. So DPME to submit a report on private investment, and the committee to receive reports from various business organizations. We're saying we're going to collaborate with the relevant committees to monitor the effective implementation of the district development model. Part of it is to report on the implementation of the DDM and the collaboration with other committees, monitoring report tabled in Parliament, ensure DPME, National Treasury and COCTA report on the implementation of the DDM, and then we promote and enhance performance of SOEs and public entities, conduct oversight on the performance of SOCs, produce monitoring reports on the state-owned enterprise, ensure DPME produce approved monitoring reports on SOEs, and what SOEs performance and capabilities. While on that strategic goal, on we were saying monitor appointment of boards of SOEs, public entities in line with the professionalization framework, ensure DPME provides monitoring reports on the appointment of boards in the SOEs and public entities. And then we're saying, as a strategic objective, provide oversight on the governance and performance of Statistics South Africa. So we're seeing number of progress reports on organizational health, financial health, infrastructure, ICT systems, oversight, at least 1 report in 2025-26 on statistics, organizational health, oversight of at least 2 reports in the following years. And then number of survey bulletin produced on informal economic activities, e.g. employment contribution to GDP, sectoral distribution. We said 2 reports received. Pilot survey on informal economy conducted, committee recommendations adopted as well. When we go to improve the strategic goal on improving international relations, is to process international treaties relating to the sector. One treaty that was done was African Statistics Charter, and in 2025-26 we haven't had any treaties, and then we might update according to any developments in this. We're saying conduct study tours relevant to the committee mandate, institute international study tours relating to the mandate of the committee. We haven't undertaken any study tour in the past. We'll undertake one international study tour related to the planning, monitoring, and evaluation according to the plan for 2025, and undertake one international study tour in the following year. We're saying monitor country progress on regional and continental global objectives. We're saying progress in relation to Agenda 2063, SDGs, and SADC priorities, and then development indicators. So we'll receive progress reports in relation to Agenda 2063, SDGs, and SADC priorities. And then a professional and a capable committee deals with provide efficient and effective committee work, quality minutes and reports delivered timeously, and then ensure these are reports and minutes of each sessions of committees that are tabled to the National House, and then ensure committee decisions are of national interest, research, and provide strategic content advice on matters before the committee. So this will be provide research content and services to the committee timeously. In terms of risks and risk mitigation, this is the section that deals with it. We're saying part of the risk is bills rejected and sent back to the department. Its department and its entities are required to ensure that bills are brought through parliament are constitutional through consultation of stakeholders, and all departmental level should be encouraged prior to the introduction of the bills in parliament. Delay in processing of the bills is another risk. Validating with parliamentary legal advisor about the legality process and taking of the bills and deliberations. Inadequate or flawed participation. Sporadic may result in the decision being declared invalid and erode the public trust. Process of public participation was exhausted in all inputs. All inputs should be considered despite various views. Changes in parliamentary program. Sporadic changes in parliamentary program disrupt planning and resource allocation. Insufficient budget. It's another risk for international study tours due to budgetary constraints impacting on international study tour. The committee would have to rotate members to undertake study tour. This is to manage budgetary constraints, as not all full-time members will be allowed to undertake study tour at the same time. This has been a practice of the 6th Parliament and still being practiced in the 7th Parliament. So in terms of resource allocations, for this year, the committee has 3 million. And what we're saying is that for bills, it will be 100,000. For meetings, 200,000. For oversight visit, 250,000. For study tours, 2 million. And then it works out the total expenditure. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, MNIS. Honorable members, does the draft strategic plan of the committee presented by MNIS and the whole team, I'm now gonna take hands for those that want to add to the document, and obvious if there are inputs that honorable members have deposited and they are not captured to the document, but this document will be adopted next week on Wednesday. We're just inputting on the document so that the team goes back and add whatever input that have not been captured from honorable members. I'm taking hands. I will start with Honorable Trollip, and followed by Honorable Manyi, Honorable Bergman, Egama, and Honorable Matiwan.
Can you also acknowledge me? I'm unable to raise my hand.
Oh, thank you, Honorable Chauke. Thank you very much. Honorable Trollip.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Look, I must say I battled to follow that presentation, and this is why these kind of virtual meetings are very difficult. It was very, very difficult to follow, but I accept that, the presenter did the best they could. I'm just really concerned that the amount of budget allocated to a study tour is so disproportionate to the budget allocated for our main function and main work as a portfolio committee, and I would like that to be reviewed. I really can't believe that we would allocate that amount of money to a study tour, whereas our main job is oversight of the executive and the performance of government. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Trollip. Honorable Manyi.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. A couple of points. Yeah, firstly, I got fatigued just listening to the presentation. Yeah, first I must just say welcome the presentation and thank the presenter. I presented very well. I was fatigued just by the bureaucracy that we are tying ourselves into. And I think we're actually planning to fail here. This is a serious planning to fail. With all the things that have been highlighted here and the detail and all of this, it's almost like a full-time job just to do this thing. And yet some of us are in other committees as well and all that. So firstly, I don't think that we should allow this overly bureaucratic process. I would have preferred a situation where we are an oversight committee and our budget, the amount of our budget reflects the intensity of what we do and how we should do it. But if we are now going to pretend like we're a department and have this kind of an elaborate what have you, I think we're planning to fail. So our first recommendation is that we must trim this thing down and try and phrase things in strategic phrasing that takes care of a lot of things and not overly bureaucratize our work. That's the first thing. Secondly, I'm not sure if my understanding of aligned to Parliament vision, my understanding is the same as that of the content advisors. My understanding is that, pretty much like we have done when we dealt with the strategic goals versus the objectives of the portfolio committee. On the strategic goals, we listed the strategic goals of Parliament. And then we went to the objectives. Then it was a flow from the strategic goals of the Parliament, then into the objectives of the portfolio committee, which makes sense then for our little corner. But if we are going to sit here as a portfolio committee and be driven by the vision of Parliament as a whole, it's not going to make sense, just purely not making sense. I mean, if you read that vision and you look at what we do on a day-to-day basis as this committee, you struggle to say, to make sense of it. So I'm suggesting that I think let's understand it differently, that align does not mean copy and paste. Align should mean that if the vision of the parliament is to do this, therefore our vision must reflect that which is in the vision of parliament, but not that we must take it copy and paste. I mean, for instance, I would have liked to see words like accountability and governance in our vision, planning and all of that in our vision, that we want to see efficiency in that part, so that we don't have situations of ad hocs that just come and all of that. But if I look at the parliament vision, it's too broad. It doesn't make sense to us. I mean, if the same thing with the mission, we need to move and say, this is the mission of parliament, and then say, as a department, or rather as a portfolio committee, what should our mission be in order to give effect to the broader mission, as it were. But to just take the parliament one, copy and paste, what's the point? So I disagree with the understanding of this alignment. It can't be a copy and paste. By the way, Chairperson, in other committees where we serve, it is understood the way I've just articulated now, because some of us serve in other committees as well, and we have crafted visions and missions that reflect the mandate of those portfolio committees, but in line with the broader mandate of Parliament. And then we've made some suggestions, but we can resubmit again. But I don't think this current understanding is correct. And then, Chair, on the issue, I mean, with the Stats SA, for instance, I just had the privilege of having been part of the previous parliament, or the 6th parliament as well. With the Stats SA, the bill that was passed, there were just 2 critical issues that were being passed on that amendment. Stats SA Act has always been there. The only thing that does happen, there are just 2 things. One, it was the issue of the 10-year cycle, that the census must now happen in 10-year cycles. That's why you had to go and pass it again, because that was the amendment. Secondly, it was the access issue, that we should not have a situation where people just want to come into a house by force. There has to be some a court order or whatever if they have to come and do that. As it were. Now, for us now, as this parliament, to then be lambasted with the thing of checking how police are doing their stats. Police have been doing great stats and so on. We don't have to do anything there. They've been doing great work. Stats SA has been doing great work. So why are we now deciding to make it our job to babysit them? I think that understanding is incorrect, Chairperson. Then lastly, the budget thing. In other, for instance, let me be clear. In minerals, where I also serve, minerals and petroleum resources, we have a budget of 3 million. But that budget of 3 million is to do the things that Honorable Trollip is intimating to, as to what we need to be doing as the portfolio committee. The issues, the reason we have to rotate members and so on, we can't all go all at the same time. It's because the budget for study tours is done at the chair of chairs level. It's not done with this. This budget here is for the day-to-day thing that we need to be doing. I mean, if you look at the numbers that are reflected, they're just meaningless, 100,000. What can you really do with 100,000 and so on for the things that we need to do if you break it down and all of that? So, Chair, I think maybe we should go back and just check with the chair of chairs as to what is the understanding of all of this, because I think it's incorrect. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mani, Honorable Bergman.
Well, thanks very much. I think the first problem that we have is that there's obviously a lot still up in the air as to what we can agree on and what we can't as a strategic document in terms of the National Development Plan, for starters. The second thing is, of course, either we're going to guard this document or it's just a tick box exercise, just to say that we've done it and that we can now tick it off the list and we can put it away and never to look at it again. But the truth is, as Honorable Manya said, that and where I disagree with him is that I think our vision and mission statement is exactly how this committee is at this point in time. It's wishy-washy, it's inconsistent, in terms of how we meet. So it's exactly the type of mission that we're on. If we do get ourselves organized and we do get ourselves together, we would have a vision. We would know in the direction we want to head, and we would have a mission statement that would guide us to get there. But again, you know, we've built a puzzle. We don't know what piece. We don't know which pieces we're holding. We've put a thumbsuck figure down for meetings. We don't even know how many meetings we're having a month. We don't even know how we got to that figure. We don't even know how many we've put down as or virtual, how many are in person, because that would determine catering costs. That would determine non-catering costs. I can't see other costs being involved besides those type of costs. Oversight costs. I can't see us having oversight costs at the moment. We've only had one oversight in a year and a half. So at this stage, I'm wondering what our oversight costs are going to be, and how they're going to be utilized. So what we could do is just show some substance to how we are going to use these costs by giving some teeth to those costs by saying four meetings per term, 2 virtual, 2 in person. That's going to cost this much. 1 oversight per term. These are the areas which we need to cover. These are the places we need to still go see. Study tour. This is where we've earmarked, because this is what we need to achieve. It's not just a free overseas tour. We've got a bill that we keep on threatening. We need to go see these types of models. This is where it makes sense to go to. These are the kind of things that would guide us into costs and into what we should be spending that type of money in. And that's where I think we need to build. In terms of going into the nuts and bolts, I get the sense that the tourism brand SA argument is very much alive. I think people have tried to bury it. I think people have conveniently tried to make it, casually go away. But I think it's far from over. And I think it's up to us as a committee to look into it. And it's up to us to take up where the 6th term of Parliament left off. And I don't think we, I think we should not just take it as hearsay as to what happened. I think we need to determine whether it's closed or not. I think the stats say the same thing, is that we came out of a very questionable, but we take the statistics and we take the opinion on the census, but the preparations for the census, we need to oversight those preparations, and we do need to make sure that they do start in earnest now, and that there's budget applied to the census now, so that it is a successful census when it is introduced and started. And for that, our oversight needs to begin on that now. Our oversight on the plan, the integration of the DPE with the DPME, that's, again, we need to see that that's how that's done. We need to revisit our presidential hotline, which was a nice gimmick. These are the kind of things that we have a lot to do, but we need a plan in which to do it with. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bergman. Honorable Gama.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I think that we should try and streamline the KPIs and all of that. There's too many things that we're trying to do. If maybe we can just agree on 5 things that we will measure. The KPIs that we have, we seem to appear to be the department, but we're not the department with the portfolio committee. So I think if we could streamline that, that could assist. Two, if you could just then give us additional time to comment some more on it so that next week we can then close it off. I think that would be useful. I think you've promised to do that, Chair. The third set of issues is that we've got this PSP strategy, which came from the old DPE. But it's now floating between the National Treasury and the Presidency, as it's called, through a horse called Operation Vulindlela. We need to bring that in here so that there could be a discussion, because it's about public-private partnerships and things like that, which came from the old Public Enterprises Department, which was integrated into DPME. We need to bring that in. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kama. Honorable Matiwan.
Thank you once more, Chair. Now, I think I must express my disappointment because we had 2 days of engagements over this strategic document, and we made submissions as members as to how this logical framework matrix should be formulated. One of the issues that we raised was that there seems to be a repetition when it comes to the targets, and they do not speak to measurable activities. I would have thought that in the presence of the facilitator that was sourced by the committee, there would be a transfer. There would be a transfer of skills to our administrative tasks, because what the doctor presented, I thought that she was going to share that with our admin. At the end of the presentation, she shared a logical framework of how it is supposed to be structured. And it is an overkill to expect members to raise issues in a committee sitting, then afterwards they must summarize what they said in the committee and then submit it. I think the issue of submissions is where you feel like things that maybe things that you did not raise in the committee, and then you get an opportunity then to add those things. Now, I don't see any changes to what we had last week and to what is being presented here today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Matiwan. Honorable Chauke.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you for the presentation as well. I think I would like to also just share the same sentiments as my colleagues, especially the sentiments that have been shared by Honorable Beckman and also Honorable Manye. I think just starting off with the objective and the mandate of this particular portfolio committee, I think it is not accurately captured. And I think it makes us look as though we're displaced as a portfolio committee and not having a very strategic mandate that is direct. And I think perhaps we need to reinterpret or restructure and reword what is put as part of our opening and our core mandate as a portfolio committee, really emphasizing on our oversight responsibility, measures of accountability, etc. And I think that really needs to be encapsulated from the onset so that we know exactly what this portfolio committee is meant to do as its strategic mandate and its constitutional mandate. Chairperson, in terms of, I reviewed the budget, and one is then concerned with the budget that is being allocated to this particular portfolio committee. Having the appreciation and understanding that we do not just oversight a single entity or department, but we have a constitutional mandate to really have oversight over all government entities and departments. But with the budget that is being allocated for oversight and the work and responsibility of this portfolio committee, one would want to say that this portfolio committee is under-resourced, under-financed, and to a certain extent undermined. It also limits our ability to execute our mandate ultimately. And I think this has been something that, as members of the portfolio committee, we have repeatedly expressed, that our oversight responsibility goes beyond just the department and also Stats SA, etc. It goes towards us being able to ensure that all government entities and departments are accountable and are meeting targets that have been set, are aligned with the NDP and the National Strategic Framework, etc. But we are unable to do that with a budget that is so limited. Also taking into consideration, and I know in other portfolio committees that I also serve in, I've cited and noted that the provision of members with special needs are not always accounted for. Therefore, putting members with special needs at a disadvantaged position when it comes to even study tours not being considered, because the portfolio committee will then say there is not adequate budget and resource that is ring-fenced for the travel of those members with special needs. And I think this is something that I'm raising here, and I'm going to also raise it with the chair of chairs and also through the speaker's office, because I feel that it brings us to a point of being disadvantaged as members of the portfolio committees, being able to execute and actually have an opportunity to really have an appreciation of global best practices. Secondly, Chairperson, I also raised the issue of a strategic framework, a matrix that allows for us to measure our KPIs. What do those KPIs? There's someone who's unmuted, Chair. May I proceed?
Yes, you are protected, Honorable Chauke. Honorable Nkosbu Telezi, you must close your mic.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I was saying that, oh, now I've lost my train of thought. Sorry, Chairperson. I was saying that in a sense of looking at the KPIs that have been set, I think accurate timelines need to be set for us as a portfolio committee, but also KPIs that must be set in terms of our expectation of the department, but also of other departments that we must oversight government holistically, so that we're able to measure whether this portfolio committee is meeting its mandate, whether we're meeting the desired outcomes, and also how do we ensure that even those that were not met in the sixth or fifth administration are then being carried over and being reprioritized. Also looking at the prioritization structure, I think it's important, Chairperson, that our KPIs are reflective of priority. We need to have a level of understanding of which are the areas that we need to be really prioritizing as a portfolio committee. And lastly, when it comes to legislation, I'm not sure where or which page does it speak about the outstanding legislations that need to be reviewed and undertaken by this portfolio committee. And I think that's very important for us to set very clear targets and timelines in order for us to execute that, but also have accurate and sufficient budget allocation for those legislations. And if there are any outstanding legislations that are currently under review, I think it should be reflective in our strategic plan as to how far they are and what the next steps are in order for us to have them processed. Thank you very much, Chair.
No, thank you very much, honorable members. We have noted some of the issues raised, and obvious also take note of some of the strategic goals that have been deposited by members, including the strategic objectives. And I'm not sure if, Ms., you want to respond to some of the issues. Yeah.
If you could please recognize my hand, okay?
Oh, I didn't see your hand, Honorable Tellers, when we take hands. Okay.
You listed, yes, sorry. Firstly, I must just apologize with this. I'm battling between the phone and the iPad here, some problems. So I apologize, I keep interrupting. Thank you. Chair, thanks for the opportunity. I think much of what I want to say has been said. I won't repeat, but I just think, and I look at the budget, you know, it's like tantamount to sending troops to battle with broken swords, really. if you look at the task, the immensity of the task. And I mean, my experience also has been that in other committees which I sit on, you will find that it's the other way around. People are scrambling, members are scrambling for finding money for study tour, rather than sitting comfy on the study tour and battling on areas which are our reason to exist, really, as a committee. So I think that really does seriously need a relook, because also it just doesn't send a good message that whilst we're saying the budget is shy of what of what we believe it should be, but we're sitting with that number for the study tour. Maybe just on the study tour as well. This has been raised in other that are we quite sure that the only way in which we can, I think it was even raised in this committee, and I don't know if we followed up, Chair, to say, do we really have to look always across the continent first before we look in the continent? Of course, you could look and find that, yes, no, there is nothing, but have we satisfied ourselves that it has all got to be overseas? So I think that there's definitely has got to be a relook there in terms of the gap, to address this gap between why we are here and the study tour. And then I think maybe linking to that a bit, but is to say, I'm not seeing in the budget at what intervals or at what interval do we pause and review and measure how well we have done or how badly we have done, what we need to start doing, stop doing, continue doing. I think that's very important with any strategic document or any strategy. So I think I'm not seeing enough of that, Chair. For me, then the others I will leave because they've been touched on already by my colleagues, my other honorary members. But those are the two from my side. And thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Tillis. I think from what we have just raised in terms of how do we then review our programs, the understanding is that we review our programs on a quarterly basis and obvious through the APPs. That's the first issue. The second issue, I think it's what have been raised by Honorable Chauke in terms of the strategic objectives and obvious indicators in terms of the legislation before us. I think it have been captured, Honorable, it says that I'm not sure that the page, but if you look at the 5-year strategic objectives of the committee and the first two bullets, and they speak on issues in terms of legislations before the portfolio committee, and obvious the laws before the portfolio committee have been captured with indicators. And also, I think on Honorable Matiwana, I don't think this document still reflects the old or the previous Atlantica draft document at the Atlantica at the 2 days strategic planning session. There are inputs that have been submitted by by members of the portfolio committee, and they are part of the document. And also, I think because I've heard you saying you are very disappointed because the document reflects what was presented in the 2 Lantica days of the strategic planning session. But obvious, I think also I've captured what have been raised by Honorable Gam in terms of the operational Vulindlela, and obvious as part of the Lantica, the recurring programs or Lantica or programs of this portfolio committee. I think it will be then added as part of our document. But importantly, the presidential hotline is part of this document. It says that obvious maybe it's because also the voice was just very low. We spoke about the presidential hotline and how best we can also, what we have seen in the last oversight Lantica meeting. But from what have been raised by Honorable Trollip in terms of the budget for the study tour, I think that we have also proposed this budget because it also depends where we are going as this portfolio committee, and also the size of the delegation, and look at the Lantica currents of individual countries. But obviously, if honorable members believe that we can then decrease the budget for study groups, we don't have a problem, but it was proposed as a projection of the cost in terms of where we are going, and obviously the number of the delegation, because at some point in terms of the study group, we must always have a small number in terms of the delegation to these countries, and obvious the currency. But also in the main, honorable members, we have agreed that we must have more of these study groups in terms of one, visiting countries that are best that are doing best in terms of the planning, monitoring, and evaluation, and also beyond that, also, as we then oversight over SOEs, and there is also a suggestion that a recommendation, if you read our recommendations in the last portfolio committees early this year and obvious last year, that we must also visit some of the countries, not only the Asian countries, but also other countries, so that as we also discuss some of these issues in terms of these SOEs, that we all believe that, yes, they're trying to do well and they're improving, but that is not enough. So I think I know that Honorable Mani spoke about, the cut and paste, believe that the document is a cut and paste. And I think if you can go, I don't think it's true what you have said in terms of all other portfolio committees, because the standard Lantica document to be used by portfolio committees are the same in this parliament. It can't be that our document, our draft strategic plan is different from other portfolio committees. But obvious, we differ in terms of activities because we've got different responsibilities as portfolio committees. But I understand that also you have, because also there's this issue in this portfolio committee of believing that a portfolio committee is a standalone committee outside of parliament. We are an extension of parliament, and whatever visions and missions that must speak to to our parliament, because we're an extension of parliament. But obvious, I think the budget in terms of the portfolio committee, I think it cut across, but obvious will also, because Professor Janjo have also requested that we have a discussion as well in terms of the finances of portfolio committee, and he will then assist where necessary. I think, honorable members, if you believe that we want to also input and add some of the issues in the Lantica in the portfolio committee draft strategic plan, I think, honorable members, until from today until maybe on Friday can do that. And obvious, I think the lady, because there's one honorable member who spoke about, I think it's Honorable Matiwane, about the facilitator and how best she can assist in terms of this. I think they're also in consultation with the team of the portfolio committee, and also they will then after this meeting, because we are not adopting this report until such time that it's being Lantica cleaned, and obvious some of the inputs that have been deposited by the portfolio committee members have been infused to the document, honorable members. I will then give Mnis if you want to say something in terms of some of the issues that have Lantica raised. And obvious, I think also, we are mindful in terms of making sure that our programs also are aligned, and obvious we consider also the KPIs and obvious also of the department and all other departments, honorable members and SOEs. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I think you've covered a lot in terms of what members have raised, and part of the issues that you covered, we were guided by a document called the Planning Budget Reporting and Monitoring Evaluation Framework of Parliament. and it deals with those issues that you have said, especially around the mission, the vision, the legislative mandate. But then what I think it's missing is the mandate of the committee that have to be brought up, like Honorable Chauko has raised. So we're going to do that. The issue of streamlining KPIs, make sure that they speak to they become minimal. We don't do a lot of things and aim to fail. And then we are also going to look at that. But then the issue of tourism, which was raised by Honorable Beckman and Brandesi, those discussions that are a bit they're happening, and there's Investment South Africa, Proudly South Africa, Brandesi, all of these entities of government which are aimed at tourism South Africa, which are aimed at investment promotion, FDI and all that. A discussion needs to happen around those organizations, not limited to entities like tourism and Brand South Africa, but then there's a link of so many public entities that are playing in that space that need to be coordinated. And then that discussion, I think it's happening at a different level. And in terms of the budget, we will get guidance as well in terms of how we can appropriate it, but we'll take guidance from the meeting in terms of to put more emphasis on oversight and the core mandate of the committee. And then on study tours, we'll have to link with the Office of the House Chief. And then in terms of I think the issues that were raised, you covered them, Chairperson, without, and ours is to go back and to rework the document and to also expect inputs from members by Friday. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Thank you very much, Mnisi. And if there's no other issues, honorable members, I think feel free to email further inputs from yourselves to Mnisi and Mendy, because I don't see if there's no, or there's a hand of Honorable Matiwan.
In my hand, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. Not to sound pedantic, but Chair, if you go through the table that was presented and you check the table that we had last week, there is no difference there of the issues of concern that were raised. And the main tool for us to monitor our work is this logical framework. So if we get the logical framework wrong, then that means our entire work that we're going to do is going to be misguided. That was the point that I was raising.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Matiwan. We will then go back and reach the document, and we will then also after that post it in the portfolio committee group and email it to members, so that at least by next week we then adopt this 5 years draft strategic plan of the portfolio committee. But obvious, honorable members, if there's no other issues, Honorable Mani.
Thank you, Chair. No, mine is a simple one. Can we take a principled decision that all our meetings are going to be physical? It's got to be some earth-shattering reason why they should be virtual. I mean, this whole discussion, to be having a discussion on strategy on like this, where we even argue about what is on what were being presented versus what was there last time. We can't even say, here you are, here's what we said, here's what we said. This just shows how impractical it is to do what we're doing virtually. Also, because some of us, English is not our first language. It's even more complicated when you've got connectivity issues and you've got English issues and all of these things. So a physical meeting is far better, Chair. So I want to propose that it must be by an extreme exception. Like today we could have had a physical meeting. I'm sure, with this budget that we have, instead of having this 2 million that is parked somewhere, we could have hired a conference room somewhere. We could have had a decent meeting today. We lose that opportunity for absolutely nothing. Chair, thank you.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Mani. I think we have also apologized, and it was raised in the group by Mandy. Some challenges in terms of venues, bigger venues. Imagine if we're all here in this a small boardroom at 4th floor where we are, that takes 16 people. And if you have seen the first meeting, the first part of this meeting, we're almost 36 in the platform. But I think we'll improve, and the team will be able to get a bigger venue. And next week, we'll meet physically, so that when we deal with issues, we look at each other in our eyes. And thank you very much, honorable members. I think that's now the last. Oh, there is a third term program that I think Mandy, it's you who's gonna speak. The third term, which is the last item, honorable members. The third term report. We only have now 3 weeks. Then we rise for recess and we come back. So there is that Atlantica third term program that Mandy will talk to, which is the last item. Mandy.
Thank you, Chairperson. The third term program of the committee needs to be adopted. It is a very short period, and we are at the last part of the term. The remainder of the term we will have 2 meetings, the 17th of September, that is next week, physically, S26, where the department will deal with present the 2024 development indicators, and the committee will adopt the reconsider the strategic plan. On Friday, the 19th of September, Chair, it will be the committee will focus on the National State Enterprises Bill. After the 9 July meeting, the committee sought the guidance of the House Chairperson in how it will process the bill further. The committee has received that document, Chair, and the committee must then formally consider the House Chairperson's proposed advice, and after which the committee will then have to decide whether or not it will formally consider the motion of desirability for the committee to report to the House, to the National Assembly. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable members, that's the program, the third term program of the Portfolio Committee. I'm taking hands, honorable member. Honorable Chauke.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Actually, my hand was raised before we moved on to this item because I wanted to just, perhaps with what Honorable Manye had alluded to, I think we need to also be alive to the reality that we're moving into the digital era. And therefore, as members of the Portfolio Committee and members of the National Assembly, we must not find ourselves left behind and not being able to utilize technology in order for us to continue with our work. So that should not be any form of barrier for us not to execute our mandate. Technology is evolving and we must evolve as well. Chairperson, in terms of the presented program, I would like to just appreciate the program, also taking into consideration that time has passed and we have a very short and limited time to finish off this term. I would like to then move for the adoption of the proposed program for the third term. And perhaps in addition to that is to get clarity if there's going to be any oversight that we'll then be doing between this term and the fourth term. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Honorable Manye.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Chair, I just want to just check on the program. I know it was sent, but I forgot now. I know that on the stretch plan, we do mention something about this, the bill that we're proposing as a committee to get so that DPME has got a law and so on. Whether we have it on this program that we're flighting here today. And there's something else that I'm forgetting now, because I might just come back, Chair. But there were two things, but I mustn't delay the meeting now unless I remember it. But the other one was just this one, just to check whether in this program we have the DPME bill as part of this program. Thank you.
I thought that you will also support Honorable Chauke, Honorable Manye, but I think Honorable members for the oversight in this term will wait until the House Chair circulates his guidelines. And there's no oversight this term. But as well as Honorable Manye spoke about the framework, into the planning framework of the department. I think if I remember very well, on the last day, we've agreed that on the first day, the department must bring something if they've got a draft before the portfolio committee, and then we'll take it from there. And it will then fall to the next Atlantica term. But this one is only for this short a few weeks before we rise again for our recess. But the department will be then be reminded by us that we've agreed that they must bring a draft a framework in terms of the planning Atlantica framework. And we've agreed, I think, if I still remember. Yes, we have raised that. We already have a document, but at the end, it was then recommended that they must bring something, and they've said they've got something that will then be prepared, and they will then bring it to this portfolio committee. But I thought that you will also adopt the draft, the program for this for the third term, Honorable Manye. But can I get a seconder for Honorable Chauke?
A second, Chair.
Honorable Manye, are you talking?
Yeah, Chair. You see, maybe we deal
We
with
can't
the
hear you.
meeting. Okay, can you hear me now, Chair? Chair, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Sorry. In fact, my mic was
Oh,
muted. Thank you. I can't hear you.
okay. Yeah, no, Chair. I'm just saying maybe I'm understanding meeting procedures differently, because for me, before something is adopted, you must first make sure that you know what you're adopting. Now, I was still having a problem with the program, and I wanted to have this bill as part of the program. In the discussion, Chair, just to remind you, at the strat plan, when we tried to propose some decisions, you said we must remember that this is not a portfolio committee. We're not making decisions here. Decisions are made in this kind of forum. Now, that's why I'm bringing this matter here. So you can't now say, no, but this was decided, because in that meeting, you said we don't make decisions in that meeting. So it was all kinds of things thrown in the air and all of that. In the group, I motivated why I think with that discussion we had that it's better that we do this bill ourselves. And the reason was that for this ministry to be able to be effective, it will have to get powers from some of the existing departments that are already doing some of these things. And that on its own, I said in the group, that that on its own is going to create all kinds of territorial wars, and that will delay this bill. Whereas if we start it from our side, it's going to be much more efficient if we do that. And then I drafted something, and I know that I spoke to Honorable Kumbaka. She was going to look at it. I spoke to Honorable Bergman. I must get Honorable Chauke's number. I couldn't speak to her. So I just spoke to a couple of people to say, look into this thing. I put it on there. So I'm suggesting, Chair, that firstly, let's just accept your ruling that decisions are taken in the committee, not in the strat plan. And for the decisions for the strat plan, for the committee, I'm proposing that the discussion we had in the strat plan, let's conclude it here today and resolve this way, Chairperson. Because if we follow our approach, as soon as next week, for instance, we could have a draft position, and I can assure you that if we wait for the department, it's not going to happen anytime soon, Chairperson. I mean, even if you say to them, next week when you come and present, can you show us your initial thoughts on this thing? I can guarantee you, you are not going to have anything, Chairperson. So I'm suggesting that let's at least let it be a clear outcome of this committee. And and as I've drafted, as I've put that draft on the table, and with the input from other members, I'm sure that we can do this thing quicker as a committee, Chair. Thank you.
No, I think, Honorable Manye, I fully agree with you in terms of our discussions at the strat plan. But if you remember, we then gave the department to speak in terms of whether they do have anything before them in terms of making sure that there's a framework that gives teeth to the department. And the response from the acting DG was that, yes, it is. And they will bring before this portfolio committee. And I will humbly request that while you have a document before you, and we have raised that yourself and Honorable Bergman, and you are starting to lobby some of the members of the portfolio committee. You have mentioned Honorable Kumbango, you have now mentioned Honorable Chauke. Can we then agree on this program for these few weeks and then wait until the department, because if I remember very well, I said they must bring that document before the end of this month or next month. So, and they will bring that document, and you will then be able to check whether what you have or what we have created as a document to assist the department is the same with what they have. That was the decision of that day, but I agree with whatever that we have said. But for now, let's have this program as a third Lantica term program of this portfolio committee. And then when we start with the Lantica fourth term program, then we'll then put what the department will bring before us and what you have, because you have told us that you have prepared a document that will be ready by Monday. Yes, we agree on that. And obvious now you're lobbying between you and honorable members. That's not a problem, but let's give because we can't behave as an administrator and while legislators. Yes, I agree with that, but let's give the department the benefit of doubt, bring the document before us, and then we'll take it from there.
Okay, Chair, I third the adoption.
Thank you so much, Kayla. So the draft, the program of the third term has been adopted, honorable members, and yeah, the third term program have been adopted by Honorable Chauke and then seconded by Honorable Manye. And that's the last item, honorable members, for the day. And thank you very much to all of you and also our support team for this meeting. And I have noted that the next meetings must be physical, and obvious the next week's meeting is physical. And when also on the 19th deal with, it's Friday, honorable members, except there's another date after the 19th, but it will be a virtual meeting because it will be Friday. And many of our Fridays, we all know, honorable members, there's always mini plenaries. But I think, honorable members, I want to thank all of you. Honorable Manye, what you are talking. Honorable Manye, there's a hand.
I him. No, it's a legacy hand. I'm sorry, Chair. Sorry.
Oh, so no, thank you very much, honorable members. And I think now the time it's 8 minutes past 1 as we're gonna prepare. And I saw that honorable Chauke is debating, and all the best, honorable members, and to listen to yourselves on hybrid. And thank you very much to all of you. The meeting is adjourned.
Long live.
Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Chair.
you.
Chair. Enkos.